time. You are live. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Lots of chat. We're going to get to it. Terry, sorry. Good morning. Okay. Live. Terry, sorry. Yes. Thank you for sharing with us. Thank you for being here with us today. Are you all right, bud? I know what it's like. I lost my mom. She was in her 50s. COPD. Lost brother young. Sorry, Terry. If you want to get offline and chat or something, I'll totally do that with you. If you want to get online and chat, totally do that with you. Let me know what you say. Good morning, Prairie. And then, yeah, good morning, Terry. Thanks for sharing with us. Yeah, Prairie. Terry, thank you. And I put this up, Terry, because I just saw Prairie, and then I saw you a couple good mornings. I threw that in there. In my head, it was Prairie and Terry, rhymed. I thought it was cute. But my condolences for sure, brother. So Railroaded, good morning. Good morning, freedom fighters. We're here. It's minus 25 today. I think Railroaded, you probably got the same or worse, but not so bad. Tomorrow it's going to clear up. We got sunshine today, so we're going to get warmer weather. This is just kind of the peak of the cold right now. But good morning, and I did preheat a little bit earlier. It did help quite a bit. Good morning, nice hearts. Okay, so great question, Prairie. Remembrance Day, right? So it's not a stat holiday, but it is a federal holiday. Workers, commissioner, I think they're all federal paid for this. So, and also the witness list is pretty slim. So I think, yeah, it's looking like it, but I haven't confirmed. I don't know for sure, but it's looking like it. Maybe we're getting 2 witnesses today, 2 witnesses tomorrow, and then we're done for the week. I don't know if I'll do a stream. Let me know if you want a little one or something, maybe a couple hours recap for the week, or maybe just say good morning and do an hour there or so. Let me know what you guys would like, if you would like some. I would do some, but I would also need breaks to do other things around here. I can't take the whole day to do a stream. But if you want an hour or two, I might go for that. And then we can do the Brady Bunch in the evening. We'll still do that. Okay, so maybe we'll still do that. Morning coffee with Jay, Brady Bunch in the evening, get a few hours. I'm up for that if you want that. Okay, Prairie, no pocket deletes and stuff. Still love you as a mod. All good. And yeah, we were looking at the list, and there's only 4 left that's marked for this week. They show us which ones they plan to have this week, and there's only 4 left. We got 3 days, and if Friday is off, we got 2 days. So maybe it was over 2 days. And I agree with you, Railroad. Sure, they for sure should. And federal employees do. So probably what's going to happen. We'll find out, I'm sure. I haven't heard it, but I'm sure maybe we'll hear soon that Friday is a no-go. And good morning. Yeah, for sure. We support our veterans. We support everybody that fought for this country, stands up for this country, and will stand up for this country. We support all of those people. Good morning, Azario. Nice to see you active on Twitter again. Very cool. Thank you very much for all the retweets and stuff. Appreciate that. Good morning, Clay. Sorry, I got a dry throat. Good morning, Clay. Yeah, Terry. Lots of love your way. For sure, for sure. We can chat, not chat. We'll move on with the day, thinking about you. Yeah, thankful for you to Prairie. I think you get our weather like a day or so after us, Prairie. So are you getting a break in a couple days? Check your forecast. It's breaking for us for tomorrow, so you might be getting one soon too. Not on my good mic. Oh, okay. Let's take a look at that. You might be right. Audio. Thank you very much. It looks that way. Where is my mic? So just give me a second. Thank you very much for noticing that. It does appear so. Let me reset some USB here. take a look here. Thank you for noticing that. Let's get it going. Interesting. It's not showing up. Just bear with me for a moment. Azario, it's important that we get some good audio. May have to refresh the browser. I'm not hearing the USB sound. We're going to have audio issues this morning. Okay, well, we got a few minutes to work this out. So thank you, Azario. We're going to figure this out. We'll see if it's died on us. As fun as the conversation will be, the audio wouldn't be a lot of fun that way. All right, let me see what I don't need here. Let's see what I got here. Ooh, I'm not getting good sounds on the audio here. The microphone may have died on me, folks. Give me a second. Can you do me a favor? The headset in the shed. It's on the left side, down by the bag. You'll find the headset there. Okay, so we're going to be going to. It's here. It's here. We found it. It's working. Okay, there we go. There we go. Tell me we're good. Tell me we're good. Now I'm going to switch again, though, because I want to get back the rest of my USB devices. So it looks like we're okay. Hold on a second. And there. How does that sound? It looks like we're good. Okay. So it says I'm on the right microphone now. Let me know if I need to go up or down with the volume because I moved my thing. But it is showing up now. Let me go. We're good to go, says Railroaded. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Everybody's giving thumbs up. Thank you, Azario. Thank you, team. Go, team. Whew. And maybe it was too cold for a bit. It just wasn't there. Thank you all very much for supporting me on that one. Sorry to hear, Terry. Yep. Azario, thank you very much for letting me know. Good morning, Lisa. Have we had you before? Yeah, Terry, we're very sorry. And then credit to Azario. So, catching up in the messages here. So sorry to hear yet, Terry. And if you do want to talk, I'll happily have you on. We can talk about how wonderful your brother was and whatever. Or we'll move on with our day and we can talk later. Save it for the Brady Bunch at the end of the day on Friday. We're here for you, buddy. Whatever works for you. Okay, the stream just came on. Let me get that set up. Excellent. Looks like we got a good stream today. Lots of hearts railroaded for sure. The echo box. No, it's Prairie. It wasn't in the list of microphones inside of the studio. And then what I did was I just moved it to another USB. I still didn't see it. I moved it directly into the computer as USB. I did see it. And then I put my USB hub back on, put it back in, still saw it. Here we go. So a little bit of a hiccup. Maybe it required some sort of wake up. It was really cold. I'm not sure, but I'm thankful that you guys let me know and we got it worked out. And we now have a backup. We have a headset just in case something like that happens again. And at least it won't be the microphone that's built into the laptop. Thank you all. You're all great. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you even want to hear it. I'm glad that the voice is something you want to hear. So that's great. Thank you very much, Clay. Now you're good. Thank you, Azario. And then John. Good morning, John. Oh, they're doing a mic check, I guess. A thin witness list is a sign the inquiry handlers are now stretching their paid hours allotted for this dance of the living dead. It's a government contract after all. Maybe so. Well, I guess we'll see after what we hear, right? If we hear 2 witnesses a day and they're both a half a day and there's a lot of good testimony coming out of it, then, maybe not. I do want to see more out of the convoy, though. Convoy organizers. Sorry, let me get that audio out of your ear, too. And don't let me forget, I just muted the stream. I don't want to do that. But they're messing around with the audio right now. I did want to see the convoy organizers ask more questions. Just harp on the invocation requirements, harp on whether or not there was some sort of coup attempt or anything like that. Like, harp on all of that. But, they're taking a pass. They're not asking questions. And you can look at it from a lawyer-client perspective because they weren't in Windsor. They're not even going to associate with Windsor. The last thing they want to do is admit that they were connected with in any way, shape, or form, Coutts or Windsor or anything else. So from client perspective, there's nothing for them there. However, from a freedom perspective, even though your clients have nothing there, you can re-ask those questions on every witness and get everybody to say what the true definition of violence is and what the true requirement of the EA is, and just have them repeat it. Because again, Brendan and Bathsheba, both of you understand they are repeating their negative narrative over and over and over again with every witness. They are repeating their new definition of violence over and over and over again. And if you let them keep echoing that, and you're not pushing back with a counter echo, it's going to get into that brain of that commissioner that maybe we now are all accepting a new definition of violence. And maybe he'll use that new definition of violence moving forward. So I would really like to see you take the 5 minutes, go up there, redo those each time. I know you can. You're there. You're already on the clock. But, of course, you'd have to have instructions. And, of course, they don't want to be associated with the other fractions at all. So, I would get it why you're not doing it. But from the freedom side, it's Freedom Corp. You got Freedom Corp. The freedom side of Freedom Corp. You should keep doing that, in my opinion. Condolences for sure. We're all there for Terry. Terry's awesome. What clown spouting crap have we got today? Well, we got the mayor of Coutts, and I do know that he was on TV publicly not pleased, and he was doing things like complaining about traffic, complaining about being able to drive around. Coutts is a small town. Okay, sure. There's a main artery that goes through, but you absolutely could get around, and any embellishment about not being able to commute around Alberta, what is that, Montana? What's south of us, Montana? Not being able to commute is baloney. There's even multiple border crosses in Alberta. Coutts is just one. And if anything, it was kind of like the bridge where you're kind of interfering with one of many arteries. So look, and there's a whole bunch of ways. Yeah, Montana. There's a whole bunch of ways to get around, even in the small town. But I think we're going to hear a lot out of him about how it impacted his neighbors and him, and they were trying to drive. And do you remember that accident we all saw the video of? And over and over and over again, because he was saying that on the news around the time. It did seem like the mayor was really victimizing the situation instead of supporting the cause. So I think we're going to hear that from him. And if it is him for the morning, it's going to be about 2 hours of committee council and then 2 hours of crosses, roughly. And then the next person, Mario D. Tommaso. Let's go see who that person is. Mario, who are you, Mario? Nice to meet you. And who are you? Just says Ontario. Okay, so let's go web search him. You want to join me on that? You may as well join me on that. Okay, let me get you the screen. Boy, they're noisy on the audio today. It sounds like somebody's in the bathroom, to be honest with you, because you hear echoing. So I don't know if somebody's got a hot mic in the bathroom.
lucky for you, you're not distracted by it. All right, let's go find out who this person is. Solicitor General. All right. Ontario Ministry of the Solicitor General. All right. So we're back to Ontario government now. And that's likely who we have in the afternoon, possibly. If the mayor of Coutts is all day, then of course we'll see this guy tomorrow. But there's 4 witnesses left for the week, so we might be seeing him in the afternoon. It'll be interesting. Ontario Solicitor General, they came out and talked about creating new laws around that time. I remember the Solicitor General saying we didn't have all laws that we would have liked, so we're going to make some. So I'll be curious what their actual position is. No Ford, so this would kind of be Ontario's representation. And while we're at it, let's look at who's next. I think it's another Ontario, Ian Freeman, another Ontario official. Let's take a look. Ian, who are you? Wikipedia. Do you really have a Wikipedia? English. Don't know if that's the same Ian. I don't think they're bringing a mixed martial artist. How about this one? This Ian, Ontario Ministry of Transportation. I think that's more likely the one we're going to see today. Anyone want to take bets? MMA or Ministry of Transportation? I'm going to go with Ministry. All right, so we're going to be getting the Solicitor General, the Ministry of Transportation, and then Marlin. Who are you? Who are you? Let's find out who Marlin is. Marlin. Oh, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Alberta. All right, so we're jumping Ontario, Alberta. So she would have made sense to have this guy after the mayor. So maybe that will happen. Maybe we'll hear the mayor, and then maybe we'll hear this Marlin, and then the 2 Ontario after for tomorrow. I don't know. It's all fluid, but that's the list for this week. So those are all the characters for this week. We got a mayor, we've got the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, we got the Ministry of Transportation, and then Solicitor General of Ontario. Not a bad mix. That should be interesting, right? Give us some good info. Yep. Well, there you go. Well, Dave, that was a bit of a breakdown of what we can expect today. Cool. Mayor of Coutts. Yep. Well, we're assuming that, right? Railroad, but we have seen him once, at least once, kind of jump in the list and then jump back. But absolutely, we're expecting to see him. I believe it's first. I put him on my thumbnail because I believe it's first. They will try to eventually make it eligible to protest with a vehicle, illegal to protest with a vehicle. I don't know how they would define that, protest with a vehicle. I think you're onto something though, Dave. They may. I don't know though, because how would you define it? Why do you have to protest on foot only? Why? That's not what the charter says either. What's wrong with parades? What is wrong with convoys? But I think you're right, Dave, because you brought this up yesterday too, that they were likely going to put in things that they likely want to put in things that would violate the charter. So you mentioned possibly age restricting, so no kids. I'm sure they would want to do that. And restricted with no vehicles. I'm sure they would want to do that. But those would be charter violations because the charter does not say you're restricted that way. It just says peaceful. So as long as your vehicle's peaceful, as long as your child is peaceful, no restriction. So I think you're onto something, Dave. I think you are in the stream of what they would want, but it's going to be tough for them to try and pull that off. They could do things like block streets so the vehicles can't get over there, but they wouldn't be able to pass some sort of statute that says no vehicles allowed. Like, I don't think we could end up with a protest act, like something that's an act that says here are the limits for protesting, and because you can't violate the charter. So the first line would say, in violation of the charter, we want to do this, and right there, it'll be struck down on the first test. So I'm not sure how that would work, but I don't think you're wrong. And they may try other ways to kind of do that, like blocking the roads so the cars can't even get there. Independent journalists, can you follow on Twitter? They announced Mayor of Coutts set to testify as I am here. I am followed on it. I don't look at them every day. So Railroad, that's a great advice. I'll check that each time I'm making my thumbnail. Then I'll go to their Twitter and see what they're saying there. I do know last time I went to the Twitter, it was very rare. Like they weren't using it a lot. So thank you for the tip. I'll keep going back to that. Because I am following them. I do tweet to them a lot. Thanks for sharing it with everybody too. Why isn't the mayor of Coutts named Cooter? You're funny. Thanks for the chuckle. It was a cold morning. Hearts out to Terry. Thank you very much there, Azario. Yeah, what I mean is they will restrict vehicles from protests in towns. Yeah, like I think they'll do that. They'll block roads. It won't be like a law where they can say no vehicles allowed, but they certainly will do other things like restrict them. So I could imagine that Ottawa is going to create and put in those pillars that come out of the ground. Like you see those in capitals all over the world to block the traffic quickly, like a push a button that says close arteries. I think you'll see Ottawa put those in. If there's a second one, I don't know if they'll put it in right away, but if there was a second one, because it's legal, then they would definitely start to do that around the Parliament. Of course, you can walk there, but I think so, Dave. I think you're onto something there. Yeah, it was a nice little chuckle there. Thanks, Osario. Hey, John, this inquiry has been successful in separating any perceived unity of the Ottawa convoy with Coutts and Windsor. Yeah. They're still trying. Exonerated the police from wrongdoing and diverts attention away from unlawful EA. John, I don't think you're wrong on a lot of that. And we're going to get more of that the next 2 weeks, right? I think we're going to get a lot more of that the next 2 weeks, and then capped off with the ministers and the Prime Minister talking about how they were pretty sure that Canada was about to collapse. They're not going to say under their leadership, because that's what it was. But John, I think you're right. That's why I'm struggling with this one. They also kind of made the convoy group, the core group, and then the other people who were involved and all that kind of stuff. It looked like there's a lot more going on there. They did kind of, get in that narrative a little bit. All right, so I don't think the government. Let me think about this one. Where I'm going to go with this one. So if Coutts comes out and says, "Hey, we didn't like it, and it was a horrible thing for us," and then if the Solicitor General of Ontario comes out and says, "Hey, we definitely needed more laws because this was a type of unlawfulness we couldn't handle," if the Ministry of Transportation comes out and says, "Here's all the different blocks, and here's how the arteries were horrible for us, and it was really bad for us," and then the RCMP of Alberta comes out and says, "Yeah, we thought we were going to be murdered, and this is what we're dealing with out there." Well, that's going to be 4 witnesses in a row, really harping on the government narrative with very little to actually add to the whole freedom side of things. How like, is Marco one of the last people that we're going to see that's going to be helpful to the freedom? Because he was a protester. He was the counselor in the area, and he was pro-freedom. Now, if Jim's not pro-freedom, and then the rest are definitely not going to be pro-freedom. They're government and RCMP. Interesting. I'm very keen on hearing the RCMP for the first time. This is our first time hearing from one of them, right? We're going to hear from many more. There's a whole bunch of them on the list. But this is the first time of hearing from the RCMP. And are they going to be talking about CSIS and the bad info? Are they going to admit that OPP had better info? I'm curious. So, John, I think we're going to have a much better idea of where this is going at the end of this week. And maybe if there is no stream on Friday, maybe that's what we'll do, John. We'll spend some time on Friday recapping this week, because I think we'll have a much better idea of where we're headed after that. I think you're right, though, John. I think you're right. But we still got a lot of disclosure. We still got a lot of information. We still got a lot of testimony. We still got a lot of sound bites that aren't good. We still got a lot of things to work with here. So let's let them talk. Let's see what else comes out. and let's see if we can catch them fabricating anything, catch them hiding anything, and catch them straight up twisting and lying. I'm sure we will on all three of those. So let's keep that silver lining in mind, that we are here for the disclosure, not really here for the determination. We're very interested in the report and the recommendations, but even them, we have zero control over what the government will or will not do with them. Again, so I still want to keep that silver lining going, John. We're still getting a lot of information out of them, and I do like some of it. I think it's going to help, especially when we get power of the House next. Oh, by the way, I did look at the U.S. stuff. It looks like it's still up in the air, right? Not necessarily big red wave. Fetterman won. I think that means that the candidate doesn't matter. God bless him. He had a stroke. This is an issue. People take that stuff seriously, and it should be. But it also disqualifies you from public office. This is, I think, evidence that there is no real desire to get the best candidate in, and that's the scariest part of the democracy right now, is their voting colors. As basic as it gets, as immature and juvenile as it gets, you vote by color. That's very scary. And when you see somebody who is obviously, God bless him, he needs to be taken care of, but he's not capable of handling the job. Like, there's a 25th Amendment in the U.S. for mental capacity. I don't know if that goes all the way to senators or not, or if it's just federal or whatever. But clearly, this is going to be a failure of it. Replace it with another candidate. Why is the candidate not the person you're voting for? That's the scary part of what I'm seeing there. There's a little bit more red, right? And the days aren't over yet. So we'll see. Good morning, Barbara. Big hearts for Barbara. Hey, Dave. Coutts is going to bring in law against farm vehicles on roads unless specifically being used for farming. Not just Coutts, Dave. Windsor, too. Windsor was complaining about farm equipment. And you're right. But remember, traffic is provincial. So Alberta would want to have to do that. Traffic is provincial. So we'll see. But definitely it looks like Ontario might, because that was one thing they complained about for Windsor. They didn't have anything under the Ontario Traffic Act to address farm equipment. It became one of those unknowns for them, because it's kind of between the barrier of like traffic and industrial farming commercial. Like, it's not really, it's in the gray area, and that's why it was a challenge, I guess, for them to know whether or not they could move or touch or do anything with that. But at least in Alberta, they destroyed 3 excavators, so there's that. But Dave, you might be right on that one too. And Dave, you really got a nose on the new laws that you think they want. I think you're right about quite a few of them. If doing things on Friday, please consider the Remembrance Day ceremonies for sure. 11 a.m. across the nation, and save lives till after that's all done. Yeah, maybe what we'll do is we'll just do an evening one, and that's it. We'll just do the evening one that turns into the Brady Bunch, and maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe we'll all take the day, remember, honor, and then we'll come back later and then do something for, I don't know, 4 hours at the end of the day or something. We'll get together and all chat, do the Brady Bunch thing. But railroad for sure. And if we were on a stream, or if there was a stream going, we would pause. We would pause. All right, so they now have the video going. Let me bring that back in for you. Here it is. Let's keep it tiny. Audio looks good. Audio looks good. Okay, we're queued up. But yes, railroaded. We'll do that. I think a live is fine. Just do the minute. Yeah, so exactly, Perry. If we do end up having a stream, not likely, but if we do, then that's exactly what we would do. We would certainly honor our fallen and our heroes. They do the 400 series highways. 400 series is OPP. No farm vehicles allowed under the Highway Traffic Act. No farm vehicles. Are you sure about that, Osorio? Maybe the provincial 400 only might be the one exception there. Are you sure about that? Because I've actually physically seen them. 417, Ottawa area. Maybe they were breaking the rules. Oh, no, not for my family. I certainly won't be available until ceremonies are all complete, including BC. Yeah, so I'm thinking let's do something in the evening, railroad it on Friday. Let's not, if this is off, we'll do that. We won't have anything in the morning. We'll honor the fallen, and we'll talk in the evening. Well, evening for Eastern Standard Time. So maybe, I don't know, you let me know what time you would like it to be, but I got to end around 7 my time. So 9 Eastern. So backdate that.
Order allowed.
5 o'clock. Okay, here you go. Enjoy the morning. Should be the mayor. There we go. Wow, they're flying through the witnesses. So what are they going to be doing later? Looks like Friday's off the table because maybe they're doing 4 witnesses today, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. Guess we'll find out soon. 70% of his town supported, but he didn't. He was authoritative. We had some of that. He forgot things. He didn't have lots of information. He used Facebook a lot for sure. Believes things that he reads. He even admits to that. Not knowing what the government's doing behind the scenes, but wishing they were doing more. Ooh, this guy was all over the place, wasn't he? We got lots of stars, so we can get through them. We'll start getting through them. Recommendations will be specific in wording to restrict peaceful protest by origin, motive of the protester, and their demographic, and allow protests by those deemed marginalized by Canadian society. Don't think so, John. That's so many ways to try and... I think what you're saying here is right, because they're going to redefine peaceful. So I think that's why I started this one to begin with. I think you're right, John. They're going to redefine peaceful because peaceful is the word that's in the charter. So that's how they can change the charter without changing the charter. You redefine the words in it. So I think what you're going at here is, yeah, peaceful is going to be redefined. And knowing Canada, we can do things like pronouns and all that kind of stuff, right? So, yeah, I think you're right on how they're going to try and limit. They'll limit the word peaceful. And soon that word's going to mean follow us completely, or else you're not peaceful. So, John, I think you're onto something. And all of the things you listed there, I wouldn't doubt it. Got to see how that would work. This mayor has some really good things to say about the protesters at the time. See, Jeremy, yes and no, yes and no. Like, we heard him totally. He said they were fine up to a point. And his point that he listed, as we'll see later in Stars, was his ability to travel. And then he also kept breaking down about stories about people calling him. And then he said literally frozen. You don't know the word literally if you keep using it that way, because nobody was frozen. That's what literally means. It means it actually happened. Stop using the word wrong. Sorry. I'll cool down. Azario, well, I'm wrong, partially. Oh, yeah, the whole thing about 400 tractors, whether or not they're allowed, Azario, I think that's now been worked out. The rule would be only as needed, right? Because I have seen them on there. But then the argument can be made by the person using the tractor. What does only as needed, shortest distance, all that kind of stuff mean? Maybe he has to go get his air tires done in Ottawa. But anyways, yes, yeah, 100%. Farm tractors are allowed like everywhere because they got to move around. And I have seen them on 400, but not long, like maybe one exit to the other or something like that. More confusion with real maps. Yeah, Dave, you're on top of this. You want evidence. You are an evidence guy, and I love it. Where are the pictures? And they showed some, and he had to correct them. They're from the wrong side. That was a slow roll because they're showing pictures, not video. Pictures, are they parked? Are they driving? I love how he corrected that. He's like, that looks like the slow roll. Okay, this is the 400 Sierra High. We'll drop that one, guys. Here we go. Thumbs up for freedom and truth. Smash that thumbs, please. Yeah, it all helps. Everything helps. These are getting bigger and better. The crowds are getting stronger and more diverse. We're having so many good voices here. It's great. Let's keep that growth going. Hey, Dave. No one in their real mind would block. Yeah, and nobody did. And we heard later that they even tested that. They actually put an ambulance down the road because there wasn't a need for one, but they tested it anyways. So good on them for testing, using services inappropriately. I think Railroad cut that one too. Yeah, 42 minutes the RCMP had the road blocked. Boy, so within the hour in Windsor, Stellantis called and got things moving. And within the hour, RCMP's moving along too. Are we proud of fast response, or are they pulling triggers before they have time to know what's even going on? Is 42 minutes enough for RCMP to really realize? And then they block roads. That's what we saw in Ottawa. They blocked the roads, not the protesters. And at one point, they were blocked in too. I have a lot more sympathy for the government if they're not also blocking roads for a long period of time. Windsor did the entire corridor. They blocked it off well past the protesting. They're the ones blocking everything. Willett is a symptom of small town politics on display. The local clique faithfully following the larger narrative. Another one of the sheep in this inquiry, now reimagining his original statement. John, you're tuned in too, and this one was really connected to Facebook, and he believed things like even page title names was enough for him to believe something was happening, the return or something like that, and he was all worried about the group name. Then he also misunderstands how moderation works. It's optional. It could be strict, it could be loose, but giving the impression to the commissioner that everything is approved as it goes out by a group moderator, that was disingenuous there, Mayor. See anyone that tried to help and talk to people were stopped from doing so. This was just a setup from the government. You're smelling that too, Dave. There wasn't real PLTing going on, cooperation going on. And they were also playing PSYOP games for sure. And they're also being very, like the RCMP were being very, very aggressive right to the end. They wanted time to clean up so they didn't get in trouble for leaving a mess. And they said, no, 1 hour until, you know, they kind of walked away from the table, and then RCMP came back a little bit more favorably. But yeah, they were tough. They were tough. They weren't really doing much to help, and they were blocking things themselves. Yeah, Brett, where's the leader, right? They're always talking about leaders. They're expecting like Braveheart to step forward and say, I represent all the people. That's not really, maybe they want that so they can blame that as like an attempt at a militia nationwide or something. They want that, but that's not what's going on here. And that is an indication for the government to really take a really close look that the grievances are genuine, they're real. People do have a grievance they should be listened to. I'm not saying you have to fold and do everything, but you certainly have to listen to it. And that's just more proof, because you don't have proof that this is a coordinated effort nationwide. You know, what you have proof of, it's a very, very grassroots. But I want you to understand the government parties, they are very scared of grassroots independent efforts. This is their actual enemy because they don't comply and they don't listen. So that's the actual enemy to established government, parties. That's the actual enemy to them. Because once again, the independent voice, independent questions, independent probing, independent looking in the cabinets to see what's going on, they don't want that. They want compliance, the people that will just go with the narrative, people that know that, you know, their job could be cushy if they just kind of follow along lockstep. That's what they want. That's not what Canadians deserve. We need people that are going to listen to the people that they actually live with. And the mayor talked about 70% support, all his neighbors. These are actual farmers. These are people. Mayor, there's your clue right there. You're on the wrong side. Kenny was caught between a rock and a hard place. Or was he struggling between and syphilis in a dictionary because he wasn't even playing his own rules? Yeah, I was disappointed. Okay, Railroad. When I moved here, I thought Kenny, he was going to be stronger. He kind of came out and said strong, but I got the impression after a little while, the Railroaded, that Kenny was very optics focused, and he really started changing his tone when the media turned on Alberta. And I want to say, as someone living in Alberta, I didn't care. I didn't care what Toronto said or Montreal said about Alberta. I didn't care what the media said. Call us names, do all that kind of stuff. I thought the more they did that, the more we were doing the right thing. This guy maybe is a little bit more sensitive to that. And because I think that's where he started flopping, Railroaded. And I didn't like that at all. I thought, oh, that's not a strong leader. I want leaders that will stand up and take a position, fight the position, defend if they need to, and not worry about the mud. They're just words coming out of what we already know are like media bots. They don't know the truth. They're not even speaking the truth. So that's what I thought Railroad did. He kind of went and let the media push him around because he was strong. And then the media said, oh, you're destroying everything and Alberta sucks. And then he caved. I don't know. I didn't like it at all. I thought he could stand strong. Eleanor, good morning, Eleanor. No cohesive protester governing yet. When the glowies showed up, they weren't able to persuade anyone to sway from their mission, hold the line. It took serious efforty to take it down. 100%. And they like to do that, right? They want to chop off the head of the snake or something. But when they went down and realized, okay, well, maybe some of them are family, but that's about the extent of grouping here. Do you want to leave the line? No. Do you want to leave the line? No. Do you want to move your tractor? No. Do you want to leave the line? No. Who are you taking orders from? Nobody. Why are you here? Vaccine mandates and government overreach. There you go. Well, then your mission is to see that end. Yep. All right. Well, we're going to have a stalemate here. Hold the line. But safely, fire trucks, ambulances, fake ambulances got through no problem. And I loved how the Democracy Fund said, hey, other border crossings, 175 kilometers away, up 917% in crossings. Kept it open a little bit longer. I was annoyed when he said only 24-hour crossing. There's 6 border crossings in Alberta. Who cares about the hours? It doesn't change the border. And in any situation, they can extend hours like we heard. Good morning, Railroad. Or good morning, Eleanor. I don't mind a witness that can. Okay, so here's where I'm going with this one. I prefer people say I have a memory lapse or I don't remember versus people who will create and fill in the gaps, create the actual answer and fill in the gaps. Because those people, they're kind of a lot harder to catch. They're a lot harder to catch because they're always filling in gaps and they're really good at it. People who say I don't remember, they're easier to catch if they're using selective memory, because all of a sudden their memory will get great, and then it'll go bad, and then it will go great, and then it will go bad, and then you can kind of see how it's going great when it's things that will help support where you want to come from. So either they're genuinely not remembering things, and that might be the case with this guy because he doesn't hear well, he wasn't tuned into the intel, he wasn't getting the information, he was kind of left alone. So it could be just completely true, he just doesn't have the information, or he's doing selective memory. In either case, I prefer that over someone that makes it up. That's what I'm getting at when I say this one, because I don't mind someone who has a bad memory or someone who's playing bad memory, because you can catch them easy when they do that, as opposed to someone who's really good at filling in the blanks, because it's a lot harder to catch them. That's where I was going with that. Facebook should be forced to reinstate all groups and posts they removed in order to suppress the truth. Yeah, railroaded, but what will that do? And then the next one, they're just going to label as we don't know enough yet, and we're going to turn it off. If we push hard on Facebook, what they're going to end up doing is default nothing. They're going to default to no information. Again, I'm not saying we shouldn't push them and we shouldn't hold them accountable. Just what are they going to do? We're going to reinstate all those messages from 9 months ago, and then what? Next event, they're still going to block them. We just got to stop believing everything on Facebook and find other ways to share information, like Discord servers, right, Railroad? You're being too kind. Willett is exposing himself as a sham elected official. A witness like this needs the chump treatment. They weren't even called. I guess they didn't even put their name on the list. And I called him Tom Chump the other day, yesterday. I'm getting tired. Paul Chump. Yeah, we didn't even hear from them. But I don't know about a sham elected official. I would say completely disconnected, maybe a little bit intellectually lazy, and highly prone to pressure. So easy to sway. But I don't know about sham. Coutts is not a very large place, and finding people who want to spend their time in public office and be good at it, it can be difficult. It can be really difficult. So I would be a little bit kind with him and just say maybe he's just not as connected as you would expect and want one to be, and not as intellectually sourced. So he's not getting good information, and all of that's going to make it really bad. And he's easily swayed. So he's not getting 7 phone calls that say, hey, I support the convoy, and then 7 phone calls saying, hey, I support the cause, and then 3 phone calls saying, hey, I don't support it. That's not happening. He's just getting nothing but complaints. That's all who's calling him. That's all whoever calls. You don't get the supporters and happy residents calling and saying that. You'll get some, but no, his phone list, his calls, his staff, they're going to be nothing but complaints the entire time. And that could also be overwhelming if it is your job to address them all, right? Like either he's going to be the mayor who didn't listen to the complaints, or he's going to be the mayor who didn't listen to the supporters, or he's going to be the mayor who didn't listen to anybody. In either case, it's going to be tough. And I think he's easily swayed, because that's why he broke down a couple of times, because he's remembering that one story that he heard, and he's easily swayed. The guns are all fake. Ooh, yeah. And we weren't the only ones that caught that. So Commission Council caught that. And they asked him, because he said, and it wasn't clear to me at that time, was he giving his opinion? Was he relaying a message from someone else? Because they were talking about someone else at that point. It wasn't clear. Okay, I got audio but no video, so maybe they might be coming back right away here. Yeah, guns fake. So Commission Council found that as well and asked him again, and it turns out his version was his opinion. So it was his opinion. We established that. But it was from Facebook information and a video on YouTube. Yeah, this guy likes social media. But right away, and even to this day, this is a funny story. There's something really wrong with that story. And as we discovered, they were pushing for even American involvement from the governors. So,
Order allowed.
Oh, we're back. Here you go. So I wouldn't put it past them that it was fake, is what I'm about to say there. Okay, enjoy the next part.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Holy smokes, what happened there? He passed out. Oh. We were working on the fire, getting some water defrosted. What happened there? I'm going to go back and see what happened there. Give me a second. Oh, I ran across the yard, folks. Hold on. What happened there? James, I'm looking and rewinding. Okay, folks, I'm going to bring it back. We're going to watch that back. Sorry, I ran across the yard. Share screen. Okay, this is replay.
5153, please.
Was the lawyer that passed out?
Part of it is redact. So you have a phone call at 1300 hours, I think, with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart. He says that there are 300 commercial CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
Yeah, the lawyer fainted. Oh, wow. Oh, he sounds, I know that sound. Code Blue, I didn't know that sound. Oh, crap. Folks, the stream's still down, the main stream's still down. We don't like to see stuff like that. Oh, my. It's completely normal. It just goes down like a sack of potatoes. Look carefully. Folks. Yeah, sorry, railroad, I ran. The chicken water's frozen. We're trying to get some water to the chickens. He's completely normal, and he did. Now, in Sea Cadets, we had that happen quite frequently. You're standing there for a long time. People fainted. I don't like that sound I heard him making, though. That sound, that moaning sound, That's a sound that happens when seizures and stuff like that are happening. I don't know his history, of course. We don't know anything about him. He's a lawyer, but the mainstream is still down. Apparently, Commissioner Lawyer passed out live. Yeah, that's good feed. That's exactly what happened, CW. We just replayed it. He was showing some mild discomfort, reach for a bottle of water. Yep. Wow. Yeah, railroad. Oh my gosh. We don't like to see stuff like that happen. I thought we cut the stream because nope, that was not. I didn't cut the stream because of that. It's still on resume shortly right now. Oh, we don't like to see that. It could just be fainting. It could be nerves. It could be a bunch of things. Sorry, folks. I wasn't prepared for a break. Well, fingers crossed. There's a lack of oxygen. He wasn't breathing much. Could be nerves. Could be a bunch of things. And I believe this is Goose Ninja, right? Your name has changed. You lost your password. I came running back when I heard the sound of your voice. Seen chat going off. Yeah, railroaded. You didn't expect my voice either. But I have a new path across my yard. We snow blow paths, but I went straight across. Because I heard the kerfuffle. And then I looked at the screen on my phone, and one of the boxes was empty. Like, uh-oh. And then it cut. I'm like, uh-oh. And yeah, we checked it. Now, if you didn't see it railroaded, I just played it again. He took a sip of water and went down. And then you saw somebody rush to him, and you heard the word code, blue or code something. So clearly this was a serious something. Would you miss Terry? Should I play it again, folks? Terry, for you, I'm going to play it again. Okay, let me go get the stream. There we go. Okay, Terry, I'll play it again. It's just, he passed out, fainted, something happened. The lawyer at the top.
Minister Rob Stewart. He says that there are 300 commercial CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
Yeah, he's clenching his jaw. You can tell right there. Oh, poor guy. That moan sound, I don't like that sound. Oh, crap. That's not good. So, Terry, that's what you missed. Something happened. What I didn't like, because I watched it a second time now, is he was clenching his jaw. If you saw that, he was clenching his jaw. That could be a seizure. Oh, crap. I'm so sad for the guy right now. It didn't look good. That's right, Clay. If you know about brain injury and you know, oh, man, and you know about that stuff, yeah, Ellen, it is scary. That moan, it scares me a lot because I've heard that one before, and that's not a good sound. Same as the athletes. Yeah, because this is usually like blood pressure, brain swelling, something. Seizures are no joke. No joke. And that came on suddenly for him. Now, I've seen people faint. When people faint, they kind of wobble, they kind of hold themselves a bit, right? You've seen, but then they're out. He responded to it pretty quickly there. Sorry, Ellen. Sorry, Ellen. Sorry, we're spending our time on this one right now. Shall we distract ourselves a bit because the stream is still off? We can go through the stars. Clay, I'm hoping not, but seizure for sure. A seizure could be the result of a stroke or many things. But that moan, I've been around seizures. That's a telltale sign. You got to get the airway open. You got to make sure that they're on the side in case anything's coming out. And the response from the people, clear. They took that as a serious alert right away. Poor guy. Oh, boy. His family. Oh, boy. Sorry, Ellen. I'm a little shaken about this one, too. I'm sure you all are, too. We don't like to see this. Shall we distract ourselves? We'll stay here, stand by. I'm not expecting them to just come back quickly and he's there. And I'm not expecting them to come back and have another lawyer ready to go. So we may be delayed for a little while here. So you can keep me in your ear. I can go through the start. We can catch up on that. Distract ourselves for a little bit. Let's do that. So sorry. Okay, so the mayor, he's letting us know they didn't need the EA. No, that had nothing to do with it. So whether or not the EA was helpful in clearing things, no, it wasn't. So I'm going to jump back to the live. Weird things, lights out, scary. Yeah, no kidding, Ninja, Goose. I don't like hearing that. Oh, poor guy. I hope it was just a feint. I hope nothing happened on his way down. You just need some time off your feet. Nothing to be done for us till they report back to us. Yeah, Terry, well, I could go through the stars. I got 63 of them. We get that done. They may come back, let us know what's going on. They may call off the day for this. I'm going to stand by. The stream's still up. They didn't shut it off. So I'll keep that there for now. And it was pretty empty in there, so I don't know if anybody's actually there today. So I don't know. I won't have any information, Terry. Sorry about that, bud. And frankly, I'm not really focusing well on the starred ones right now, so I'm going to try my best to get back on track here. Oh, well, not my circus, etc., to be exact. Okay, so we actually saw some Facebook message where it was listing off all the things that were kind of being a problem. It was becoming an issue. And the mayor himself reported back, oh, well, not my circus, etc. So you can see his position in all of this and even what his attitude was towards it, because he wasn't dealing with it. Like he says, not his circus. But he also wasn't seeing it as a threat because he calls it a circus. I'm not saying, he didn't call it a occupation. He didn't call it an attack. He didn't call it things like that. So his mindset at this time that he wrote this message was, it's a circus, it's a kerfuffle, it's a problem, but it's not his to worry about. Thinking maybe federal and RCMP is where he was leaning for that, because he was saying it was their jurisdiction. You can't rely on anything this man says or does. Yeah, Dave, like he had some problems with memory, and I don't know if he was very dishonest or not, but he certainly had memory problems. Hey, John. The guns were all faking with. Yeah, you caught that too. You caught that too. So you, me, a few others in the chat, and counsel for the committee caught that one. Now, the way he used it and explained it a little bit later, John, was more like it was a setup than the guns themselves were physically fake, like knockoffs or replicas or something like that. So, he was more talking about the situation was fake. And I think a lot of people smell that as well. We're all waiting for some more of this testimony and trial and stuff. But no, we think it was the most convenient coincidence for the government because they were able to put a hat and hang on it. Otherwise, it would have been nothing, because at that point, even farm equipment blocking the roads wasn't national security. But then a threat on national police, the RCMP, and the weapons is what they used. So coincidence, convenient, whatever you want to call it. But for him, the mayor at that point, to also, he also says conspiracy theories later. He talks about that. Dave, I'm starting to wonder too. Yeah. Hey, Bev. I'm sorry, G, because I want to make sure I say hi. Sorry, the tone right now is a little bit off, but hi, Bev. In Alberta, truckers and farmers are one and the same, especially in the south. Oil field trucking usually subsides the farms. We're sure railroad, and in fact, it's because we're all hardy, hardworking people. The category of, we'll get up in -40 and warm up the truck or the tractor and get to work. That's a certain breed. That's a certain breed. And that particular breed doesn't live in cities or cages. So small tiny apartments and surrounded by a whole bunch of others. Don't work well there because they want to get out and use their equipment and do their things. And hardy is why Homesteading is so attractive to me. It's why Alberta is so attractive to me. My hands are a little dirty right now because we're literally dealing with chickens and water and stuff. But hey, we're proud of it and we get things done. We don't get scared easy. So that's absolutely an Albertan. And this mayor he used to be. I think he used to be. I think he got a little bit luxury in his life and forgot where he was from. Same with the police. They have had bad elements can't come in. Okay, yeah, 100%, Dave. And as soon as you get, say, more than 2 people in a group, somebody could have some bad intentions and somebody can do things wrong and the other one doesn't like. You get into the police, for sure. This is why we have groups that watch the police, watchdogs, right? Civil groups. In Ontario, they even have an entire board around it. Because there's bad elements, sure. And there's bad elements in humans, okay? It's just part of society. And good point, Dave. We're focusing so much on like a bad element in the protesting group, agent provocateur or otherwise, counter-protester or otherwise, resident or otherwise. They're so focused on finding those bad elements. Their groups have it too. Their groups have it too. And they're not really focusing on theirs, are they? We do, though. That's what we do, okay? Independent journalists, people like you and I, Dave, and then eventually MPs that have some desire to kind of weed the stuff out, they too. They will too. All right, Ninja, it was cold, -20 during the days. Exactly. And also in Ottawa, also in Windsor. This is February. So all over Canada, in the coldest time of Canada, these people are standing up. So that's passion burning there for sure, keeping them warm. We keep overlooking that. Like if this was even almost any other month, it wouldn't have been so bad. And Clay, you caught it too. He said a conspiracy. You caught it, and then I caught it, and I kind of put a message here. All that conspiracy things when talking about my body, my choice. What a statement to make. And he's a Facebookie, and he's a YouTubey, and that's all he does. So what is he talking about? What's your feed telling you there, Mayor? Conspiracy. Now, what some people do is they will drop that to kind of soften it, but they also take the position of, well, I do believe people have their choice. But I don't know how he used it there. He's used a few things like domestic terrorist and this now. So I'm really starting to think he's wokey. Okay, he's wokey and Facebook wokey, at least. Maybe not East wokey, but Facebook wokey. So if it's on Facebook, then show us the Facebook page, and all you had to do with your calls was recorded then. Yeah, you want evidence, Dave. I like you. You want evidence. You want to see it. Let's see it. Especially pictures of things that are bad and really bad and scary. Let's see it. I like you, Dave. This mayor was following the PB&J show on the Coutts Alberta group. We had over 120,000 following. Good job, Railroaded. I helped mod that group and still in contact with Quinton and other admin support. That's awesome. And that's grassroots. And PB&J made its appearance, right? Who brought it up? Government? Somebody brought it up, right? PB&J. Cool. Okay, grassroots journalism, podcasting. I don't have a problem with anybody that does that. I encourage everybody to try and do that. It may not be a fit for everybody, but at least try it. You know, I grow on you. But the most important thing is what you have to say, and people want to tune in and challenge and work with you. Great. It's a great thing. We love you, Coutts, for sure. 70%, right? 70% support coming from the mayor. Thank you, Brendan. Alberta farmers and truckers. We're all freedom fighters from Alberta. Online to the ground. We are a team. And we also heard that maybe like 50% of the actual participants in Ottawa was Alberta. So that means when you're walking around looking at the plates, you would have saw a lot of Alberta plates. Way to go, guys. Way to go. WTF, we have neighbors that won't talk to each other here in our community too. Nothing new. Yeah. The Coutts separation, the 30%, the real hardcore feared, the ones that can't get off mainstream media, the ones that want to ignore, and the ones that really follow those narratives. Yeah. There's less and less of them, though, Railroaded. I think there's less and less of them now. And it was wonderful to hear that 30% in Coutts. That's a good number. That's a good number. So it's a conspiracy to say my body, my choice. What an arse. Yeah, yeah, Dave, for sure. And I'm sure if he was taking the position for another topic where that comes up, he would have been for my body, my choice all of a sudden, right? Not a conspiracy theory. Maybe. I don't know where his beliefs are on that one, but maybe. There's two camps on the my body, my choice. One supports it for their cause and then doesn't support it for the other cause. He probably flips on that issue alone right there. Well, even if that happened, they went through. Okay, so this was a story about hearing somebody come through the border and saying somebody stopped us and they said, should we let them through? Kind of acting like there's a checkpoint and some harassment going on by the protesters. If you ever driven through a protest or a strike or any kind of grouping where they're, have a message and they want to say, I'm not saying it's a walk in the park. It's a little intimidating. They're actually blocking your car. And the ones that I've been through, they would let one car in at a time. So we had to sit there like there's arms blocking your traffic, but it's just people coming in and then let you through. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. But here's the thing. They're telling the story from the Canada side, so they made it through the border. Like, we're not hearing about somebody that blocked you. We're not hearing about somebody that arrested you or stopped you. The worst we're hearing from you is somebody made you feel uncomfortable. Well, you're on the Canada side telling stories. So welcome to Canada. I'm glad you got through and you weren't harassed. But that wasn't the same story if you're unvaxxed. Okay. Many unvaxxed people tried to do things like board a plane and they got turned around. So their story was, I was blocked. Your story was, I could have been blocked, but I wasn't. And I'm here to tell the story on the other side. That wasn't a luxury some people got. Okay. Consider yourself lucky. You really should be humble sometimes, people. Then the test ambulance. Yeah, we like that one, didn't we? Railroaded. We like that test ambulance, right? Using the resources to make sure everything's fine. I didn't so much mind. Sorry, folks. It was outside. It's a little runny. I didn't much mind that they kind of wanted to put themselves at ease, that everything would have been fine. But I'm sure they didn't tell anybody else it was fake. And are you using resources well? And is that really a paranoia or a theory you needed to test? Did you really have any evidence? Were RCMP having trouble getting to the front when they were trying to drive their cars or other vehicles, SUVs or anything else? Was anybody actually, like an official, having any trouble getting around? Did you really have to test with an ambulance? Oh, that seems weird to me, but the results of it were passing. It was a passing grade for the protesters. So test, I guess, if you're going to have to. I'm glad it was good and you're reporting good. Guys, that feed is still down. And you're 100% right, Railroaded. People were alone when they passed because they couldn't be with family and stuff like that. We can't forget that actually happened. And yeah, families are torn apart and some of them still are. And again, I think we got PTSD for everybody is defined in their way, and some people actually fully understand it because they've been touched by it. Some people don't fully understand it, but they know about it, and then some people they just don't know about it at all. I don't think anybody on this chat misunderstood and had any intention to do anything other than state their take on PTSD. PTSD comes in many different ways, and it's anchored in a whole bunch of things. And typically it's an event or something that happens, but it can also materialize over repeated abuse as well. So I don't think anybody misunderstands what PTSD is and how important that is, especially if you're touched or near it. It's real. But we actually, I think what Railroad's point here too is PTSD might even need a redefinition, because we may need to narrow it down further so that we stick to, because this countrywide trauma for so long will fit the definition, like the traditional one. So it's a nation full of very traumatized people by their own government. I didn't like this. I really don't like when they pretend like there's this one artery like they do in Windsor. There's just one bridge. No, there's many. and the only 24-hour bridge. So they prefaced that in order to keep their little narrative there. That was the only one. Thankfully that Democracy Fund, Alan, you pulled that out again. And immediately I just searched Google and said Alberta border crossings, 6. Okay. And then one just less than an hour, I think, west or something of Coutts. Come on. And all these truckers know it. And this is why there's like 1,000% increase, 917 or so % increase, because all truckers down the line said, oh, okay, update my TomTom or update my Garmin. I'm going to take route whatever. And then the government also has to say, well, there is a side road, but the primary was blocked. All right. Well, if there was things like emergency or that cattle had to go where it was going to die, there most certainly was ways to get through. Stop being so dramatic. We saw real drama here today. Okay. What you guys are painting is not real drama. So that bothered me because there is definitely many ways across the Alberta border. Those other provinces go through Saskatchewan. It depends where you're coming from. Are you coming from the east, shipping over some goods? Well, pop up in Saskatchewan and then follow the highway to the rest of your destination. Truckers are not silly people. They know how to get around. The government seems to think that they are. They seem to think that they're like lemmings. They can't do anything on their own. They really don't like independent minds, do they? There you go. Primary access, but there's a side road. That's right. 100% emerge, made or through, another success, along with no assaults or harassments. Yeah, no actual criminal code crimes, maybe some traffic. No criminal code. I don't even think there's charges other than around the guns. Okay, so we'll put the gun stuff, we'll put that to the side, and we'll separate that from the main thing, but no real charges. I'm going to jump over to live now. There's a few live. We'll see where we're at with that. I mean, the chat. Yeah, Railroad. Where are we at here? Terry, we got Ninja. Right. Okay, so Terry. Yeah, that's where we left off in the chat. So we're waiting to hear back. The stream is still up. They didn't stop the stream. It's just on the public hearings will resume shortly message. Hey, just a thing. Wrong Paul collapsed similarly to this on live TV. Came through fine. Most likely, Ellen, this is going to be maybe stress, pressure, warm, but we're all just waiting to see what's going on here. And Railroad, let's send our prayers. We don't want anybody hurt. My nails. Unions do all the time. Yeah, the blocking for sure. And that's what I've been through many times. Unions blocking things. And I guess they can't say you're impeding traffic if you're letting one at a time through. So they do stuff like that. And again, it's not like going through a drive-through picking up ice cream. There's a lot of people yelling, chanting, and stuff like that. But this is kind of, those are the things I'm willing to sacrifice in order to have true freedom. All right. So like there's certain things that I will and will not sacrifice, and inconvenience and my schedule compromised a bit is certainly sacrificable when it comes to people's rights and freedom. They can be worse, and they actually can be brutal. Like they can actually hurt people. Unions scabs and really intimidate people, and after the fact is still bothering them, Facebook, etc. So look, human nature is human nature. But unions definitely take it a step further because they really want to get back to work under their terms. They don't really like to be prolonging anything. So yeah, I can see why they're more aggressive. That's been my feeling on the divide. 30% pro-state intervention, 30% hardline, nope. Rest floating around in the middle. Mainstream is after the middle. 30-30 middle, 30-30-40 middle. See, the thing is, I think there's a lot where you would put under hardline nope that are not. Because I'm certainly not anti-vax. I'm definitely, my children have a whole bunch of stuff that we, did. But, it's hard to even classify everybody. They keep changing the labels for everything there, Ninja. Pro-state intervention. Yeah, that one might be a little bit. That depends where you are. 30% in Alberta, closer to 50, 60% in the cities in Ontario. closer to 70% in Quebec. So that depends where you are, that pro-state intervention stuff. Alberta is the lower one, so that's good. And then the rest in the middle. So the rest is just going to be open mind, common sense, willing to learn, willing to digest their own information, I guess. And the mainstream media after them, sure, because that's where they can recruit, but that's also where they lose. He's okay. Paramedics are here. He's awake and speaking. Railroaded. How do you know that? Where are you? He's awake and speaking. Good. So hopefully just a little faint, a little bit of water will help him along. Oh, okay. You're getting a tweet? Okay. Let me go to that tweet then, Railroaded, if you don't mind. So let me go find it. Stop sharing that one. Sorry, I'm going to catch up on the chat there. Okay, there's the tweet. He's okay. Paramedics are here. He's awake and speaking. Good. All right, so maybe we'll be back soon. Thank you for sharing that, Railroaded. Good. Yeah, good. So maybe just a faint. Yeah, okay, good. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that. Everybody's happy to hear that news, Clay. No problem, guys. We're all in this together. Thank you so much, Railroaded. Something told me to go back to live. I feel so much better about continuing now, knowing that he's up and about. And they're maybe just talking about giving him a break or go on with another lawyer for a bit. I'm just glad to hear he's all right. With the picture, how do you know if they're driving a stop? So they brought that picture up, trying to say it was like a blockade. And this is where, shortly after I posted this, Mayor said, I believe that was a slow roll, and you're looking at it from the America side. You recognize that area well. Good man, wrong side of the border. In a slow, there we go. Yeah, he changed the narrative of that particular picture. He said they could be called domestic terrorists. I didn't like this at all. And he admitted to why he did it, and it wasn't because they were. He did it because he thought it would get more attention. Okay? And when he did that, whether he realized it or not, he's playing right into the government's main narrative. Okay? So, and I really dislike this mindset, because this mindset is clear that he will throw around labels for the purpose of getting things done. And these are the same people that will call you Nazi or something else to shut you up when you're trying to debate them about something completely unrelated. And wrong label for you, for sure, but yet here they're using the label to accomplish something. I don't like seeing that in people, and he's doing that. He just admitted to it. I'm going to call them this because it might get some more attention, and then more attention could mean more action. Wow. Hopefully, Mayor, you're never on the wrong end of that. Hopefully one day that 30% that you're in isn't the one that's being targeted, and then just have to label you guys, and then boom, get things done. Come on, Mayor. You have to think about the golden rule. Whatever is good for them has got to be good for you too, right? If you think about that, you may not be doing this so quick. Hey, James, I'd like to know how he feels about actual terrorists. No kidding. Like, is there a new term for them now? Like an actual domestic terrorist? What do we call them? Part 2 plus, like Disney Plus, actual domestic terrorist plus. That means the actual ones. Yeah, that's the trouble when you start redefining words and watering them down and expanding them to mean almost anything. You lose its purpose. So what do you now call what it originally was? You water it all down. Good job, James. I like how you like the proper definitions. You like evidence too. You and Dave. Eleanor, brought to you by Pfizer. Well, hopefully you don't mean I am. So if you read this entire line out, it kind of looks like I was brought to you by Pfizer. But no, I think you're referring to the mayor. Maybe the mayor or the media that he's watching or something. But you do know Pfizer's quite the sponsor in a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Whether it's just PR or influence or whatever. But I could see why certain news organizations don't want to hurt the reputation of some of their major sponsors. Maybe that should be something that's not allowed. Okay. America has a lot of weird rules around what they can and can't do with advertising and medicine and stuff. So we'll see where that goes. James, I am surprised at someone of his generation being such a fool. Yeah, so here's my point on that. He's Korea War, Vietnam War, um, Middle East, Gulf Wars. He's been around. He knows what actual terrorists are. We've had a couple airplanes. We've had some real incidents in this world. The Olympics. Like, he's around for a whole whack of that. He knows what real terrorists are. What's he doing now, watering it down? And that bothers me. Like, when you've been around the block for a while and really paying attention, what are you doing? Like, it bothered me. He knows better. He must know better. Let's go. Yes, okay, so here he was. They're boogeymanning him too. Just playing a little piece. I think just like Farfada and Dialong, he should be there to defend himself now. And wouldn't we like to see that railroaded? Wouldn't we like to see him have an open mic and answer that question, is there anything else you would like to add? He would say, yes, put your feet up. We're going to be here for a while. Because he would love to add a bunch. For that reason alone, I don't think you'll see him brought in. But I think it should be a rule that if you identify somebody by name during the inquiry or committee or whatever, you identify somebody by name as playing any role in what it is you're establishing, they must be able to defend themselves. Simple as that. And if you don't want 1,000 witnesses standing there ready to defend themselves, don't put them in a position to need to defend themselves. As simple as that. Like, I think as soon as they said Jeremy's name, he has to be on the list. As soon as they said Pastor's name, Pulowski, he has to be on the list. I think that should be a rule. And then the lawyers will decide before they say the name whether or not they want to see that person materialize and defend themselves. That would actually help us with the truth, don't you think? I think so. And then any time that you use a news article, a media piece, the original author or writer has to show up. They may second guess and decide, maybe I don't want that reporter to be on the stand under cross, so maybe I don't want to use that piece. These are some of the things that maybe should happen. Now, why am I mentioning that? That's in court. It's that way in court. It's exactly how it happens in court. You can't bring stuff in without the authentication. So you can't bring in witness testimony without the witness to be crossed. So maybe that should be something. In civil, citizen-based inquiries, maybe that would be one of the rules. As soon as anybody brings up somebody by name as being a party to, that person has a choice to be a witness to defend themselves, and any participant of the inquiry itself has a choice to call them, to summon or subpoena them. So I think that would help dictate at least who they're talking about and what they're saying about people, if they were allowed to, or by their choice, were able to walk into that room and defend themselves. If they had that, I guarantee you there'd be a lot less conversation about Dialong and Pastor. Because anybody who knows him and listened to the rest of that speech, he's very passionate. He's not speaking falsehoods. He's speaking about history and what it used to take. I don't think he was calling on anybody to actually hurt anybody. He was actually calling on the opposite of that, if you listen to the whole thing. But what he was talking about was very clear history. And yes, it's exactly how history used to do it. Okay, so there's 10 live chats. So I'm going to jump over there now and see what you guys are chatting about. Thanks for that, Railroad. Glad it's okay. Oh, not you, Jay. What's that mean? What's that mean, Eleanor? Oh, not you. I'm glad he's okay. Wow, I go outside to do some work and this happens. Yeah, Zario. Yeah, we're waiting for it to come back. Sounds like he's okay. So we'll see, hopefully soon. The stream is still there. It's just showing a public hearing will resume shortly message. I almost feel like showing him what a terrorist is really. You don't need to, though, Green, because then what? You materialize what they asked for. Like if they say domestic terrorist 3 times, boom, will actually become one. No, let him go the rest of his entire life not actually knowing what a real terrorist is. Let him go his entire life thinking that what he saw was domestic terrorist, because then he can go peaceful and he can live a life where he didn't actually understand that. And I think it's a good thing for him. I don't mind if people are wrong. We don't have to prove them in any way. Azario, I was caught hands in a sink too, heard the ruckus, ran to the computer. God, I think a lot of people had to run because a lot of us got used to just putting it in our ear, getting on with some chores or tasks or work or other things because we all have lives too. I was helping defrost the chicken water, and I bolted here right away. And yeah, because it was very clear. Like all of a sudden you're hearing conversation and you're like, okay. And then there's a pause. And for me, the first thing that goes through my head when I hear a pause is a stream up. Is a stream up. So one of the first things I do is I kind of reach for the screen to see if the ticker is moving on the bottom and if there's movement in the screen. And just as I was doing that, I heard the kerfuffle, the crash. And then I looked at my screen on my phone and there was an empty box for the lawyer. Briefly crossed my mind was that the commissioner or the witness? And then I saw the witness and then I saw the stand where the microphone is and no computer. So it was the lawyer. And then that's when I ran because the screen then changed white to public hearing will resume and I bolted. We have to try take care of the stream and see what's going on. So thank you, Railroaded and Arzario and everybody who came back to check out what was going on. I clipped it in Discord. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And that one, I'm going to be sensitive about because that's just a sad thing of an actual human being who got hurt. He's hurt. There's no question that he's not feeling his best right now. Our research team, great. Keep that Discord going, Railroaded. Anybody else that wants to join, we'll get some invites to you. I'm very excited to see what grows out of this. I'm along for the ride, Railroaded. I'm happy to contribute, and we're going to find ways to get more content and stuff into there. And I love what you're doing, Railroaded. You're splitting things up as a journalist, as research, and I think that's exactly what we're going to keep doing. Thank you, Railroaded. They shouldn't be able to hide behind a deadline for slander against a non-witness. You're talking about the statute of limitations, Ellen? A deadline for slander against a non-witness? Oh, maybe you mean calling the witnesses and they're already too late? If they really wanted to, they could bring somebody in. Look at Ford. Midstream, he was summoned because Canadian Constitution Foundation requested it. Midstream, and then he fought it. Jeremy was added midstream. So I don't know if there is a deadline for witnesses, but I would like to I see a rule that if anybody brings up the name and names somebody, then automatically that person has the choice to come to defend themselves. Because as soon as you put someone else's name into the record, it's not proper. That's not due process, and that's not innocent until proven guilty. That's not proper. That person should be able to defend that insinuation or record that was just put in. Discord is free. It is, and I'll look into doing those bumps and things as we need to, Railroaded. Not averse to putting a couple dollars in so that we can all do a wonderful job and get the best benefit out of it. But thank you again for being a superstar on that. As you send a link for sharing space. Yeah. It really reminds me of my BBS days. It's a place for us to go and put our content, invite people, communicate, share. It's a great little thing. Thank you again, Railroaded. Hey, Greg from Facebook. Welcome. They allowed 3 years of the Reconciliation Commission, but 2 months for this commission. Should be given more time for witnesses. I don't think you're wrong, Greg. And another thing that was weird, Greg, was they also had the request for comments still open while the commission was happening. So I don't think they actually took that process seriously. They said, we want to hear from you. What do you want to hear from us? But that I don't think they took that seriously. But good news, Greg. As we say a lot on this channel, this is just a data dump. This is discovery stage. This is just one step of a much, much larger process from our perspective, because we're taking names, we're jotting down some evidence, we're taking notes, and in the 45th Parliament, if there's any chance of getting an independent in there, somebody else other than establishment, you don't need to change the whole system. You just need a handful of us in there to have MP power to go ahead and follow up on this. The 44th is doing a bunch of committees and stuff as well, Greg, but it's the 44th doing committees and inquiries on themselves. So the 45th Parliament, I would highly like to see, we'll kick off a whole bunch more. And we may even have an inquiry about the inquiries that the 44th did. We'll see. We'll see if there's a lot of shenanigans around that. That might even be an inquiry on its own. But Greg, we're taking names, we're taking notes, and we see this as a disclosure stage. And we're kind of happy with a lot of things we're seeing. There's some good documents, especially the one between Ford and the PM. Check my Twitter, check Andy Lee. It's all over the place. Go check out that document. You were not brought by Pfizer. No, not at all. In fact, it's basically all I take for medicine is Rolaids. And then we do vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc. We do that. But no. Knock on wood, we're kicking along just fine, and we don't need much. And certainly don't need a sponsor like that. Don't have a sponsor at all. Love you guys, though. Awesome, John Railroaded. I primarily use Discord. Perfect, Lightfire Me. Nice to see you early, too. Great. And I like to hear that, Lightfire Me. Let's go ahead. Let's build up that community. Let's get it strong. And let's see what we can do with that. Your second guess. Okay. Not to mention it's being broadcast in the world. Ellen, sorry I'm being slow. And what I find funny, Ellen, is I can rewatch these videos that I'm obviously participating in, and I can learn things too, because as I'm talking, what I'm doing is I'm about 4 or 5 steps ahead, thinking about where this is going and how I want to kind of, talk about something. So I'm not actually in the moment of hearing myself, as weird as that sounds. And it's really stark for me when I'm doing interviews. So I'm rewatching an interview. It's really stark to me as a second time around, like watching Fight Club the second time. You know what to expect this time. I almost don't know what I was hearing all at the same time, because I'm also thinking. So it's always interesting to me to rewatch some of these videos. And yeah, I sometimes catch myself, and then I will repeat and fix things. Like I called Tom Champ yesterday. So I wanted to correct that. Lightfire Me, you betcha. We've got the run yesterday. Yeah, I said I'll do it in about 3 weeks, and then Railroad had it up in about 3 minutes. That's what happens when you work with the best. Thank you, Railroaded. And it's huge in your world too. Yeah, and I now have Stunt on there. I now have my server on there, and I'm sure as I spend more time, I'll be expanding more. And not to mention it's being broadcast to the world. Ellen, that's awesome, isn't it? That is awesome. And we do have people from around the world. Wayne's in here all the time. I do have another friend who might be joining us from the States, giving his perspective of the convoy. But people are watching. And so they should be, because, Alan, I think, I'm going to go back to your thing. I think right now the world is kind of paused when it comes to really pushing hard to see what Canada does with this. If Canada goes ahead and says that was a good protest and we're doing it again, I think you'll see the whole world do that. To kind of use Canada's model, which is just kind of stand there, fight and take it, but don't get violent. Or it's going to go the other way, and Canada is going to be stripped of all protesting rights, and it's going to come down super harsh and weird, and then the rest of the world may fear the exact same thing. To me, it feels a little bit like the world's waiting to see what Canada does here, and I don't blame them. And oh my, I am on for freedom, because this could be a big turning point for 2030. Maybe we'll have a nice 2030 where you do own things and you are happy, and you have neighbors, and you work together in the community and are still happy. Those sound better to me than the current motto. We do live in a EOK sometimes with a whole crew of them. I might be in and out of that conversation, don't know. We don't want to be controversial, but there seems to be many folks passing out on live streams TV. I know, I don't want to say it, Arzario. Yes, I know. And then sudden adult death syndrome, SADS. I know, Arzario, and you're not being controversial. You're being observant. I know, and I know that everybody on here, that's the first thing that went through their mind, for sure. But we also understand he's still a human. Sad. I don't want to see that. It sucks. And yes, I know where you're coming from, Azario, and even that makes it sucks too, because that might have been, you know, you might be right, and he was responding to something, and maybe in his world he had to, and stuff like that. So all of this rolled into itself, it makes it all sucky to witness. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. That was one of the first things in my mind too, Azario. We all know what I'm talking about, because the first thing we thought was, oh, another one, right? And now we're waiting for news, and hopefully it was just a faint, not a stroke or clot or other things, right? That's the world we're in right now. And we touched on this about donations too. We're also in a world where we're worried about our bank accounts being frozen by where we put a donation. Those are two realities that I don't like. Sorry that happened. We sure are getting to know a whole lot of people, are, if nothing else. Yeah, we're also learning about each other. Terry, I like that you're here a lot. Again, I like that you're here a lot. This is a good group. So I've just seen a lawyer fainted or die. He didn't die, Mr. Green. We're hoping it was just a faint, because a faint can be blood pressure, a whole bunch of things. He's up and about. He certainly didn't pass. But scary to watch if you replay it. Alex, yeah, go ahead, check. All right. He's up and alert. That's all we know. Yeah, thank you, Railroaded, for sharing all that. And we're happy about that, of course. Doesn't matter, adversarial or not. We don't want... He's got family. He's got life. Okay. Glad he's up. Not so awesome for people being slandered, though. Oh, yeah. We don't live in a perfect world where people are great. Some are very, awesome. Like, you're very happy to be with good neighbors. But some people are, they got their things. But we accept and we work with, and we can understand, and we can be empathetic. These are all the things that were built into us so that we can accept when things aren't perfect, because one day it may not be perfect for us either. Okay? So we'll keep that door open. Railroaded, you have such a big heart. Glad to have found this group, and welcome, Eleanor. And yes, me too. I think this is a good group for a whole whack of things. The therapeutic that we get out of it, because we're all sharing the same Emergencies Act inquiry together, and we were all wanting to see how this goes together. It was good. I think it's very good. And the fact that we are doing our very best to level-head it, I think, is also very helpful, Eleanor. So I'm very appreciative for all of your voices here. We're a big heart group. Yeah, we have lots of love. The universe brought us together for sure, and I believe in that. I have a little story about that. I think it made it into the Meet Me video I just posted the other day. So if you check my YouTube, you'll find that. But I believe in the universe. My wife and I have a cute story. I had a question for all. How many of us unvaxxed did for or pass out like that the other side? Okay, well, so that's just for me, Mr. Green, that's a loaded question, because of my height. I'm actually quite tall, and believe it or not, that causes me to get lightheaded frequently when I'm just up and about fast. So I have been known to get a little dizzy, especially when I was younger. It was something I had to deal with a lot, because I didn't really realize what was going on. So I would faint. Not so much in my adult life, but we also have people drop. But listen here, Mr. Green, we know what you mean by this, and you're not wrong. Okay, 3,362 unknown deaths for 2021. Okay, 2019 we're up 640% from 2019. We get it, we get it, and it's unfortunate that a whole bunch of people are going very slow on that one. Imagine if this group grew into an ungovernable care and compassion. Sorry, not sorry, just gone Trudeau. Yeah, and it will also be labeled too, right? We'll be labeled as some sort of extremist, right wing, all those stuff, especially if we were coming with nothing but peace. Yeah, we'd be super crazy to them. All right. Got to go. Have a good day. Take care, Greg. Thanks for coming on Facebook, and come back again. And YouTube, you'll find like the full stream. Facebook only has 8 hours, Greg. Limitation on Facebook right now. But if you want more, because it goes up to about 10, 11, one time, I think it went over 12. Check out the YouTube or Rumble as well. Mr. Green is French Canadian. Bonjour, mon ami. Hello. It comes out in text sometimes, Giggles. It comes out in audio all the time. We love you, Alex. Well, I said mon ami, but you said Mr. Green. So, yeah, I'll go with that. Thanks for answering. Sorry for the spelling. Don't worry about spelling. This is chat. This is chat. Far more important to get your message out than nobody's correcting it. So, it doesn't matter. There. I'll get there. I'll get there. All right. So that's the end of the live. I'll go back to the start. We got 32 to go. I wonder if they're kind of doing the lunch as well. If they're going to come back. I'm very curious. And Railroad, if there's any update on that tweet or any more tweets, go ahead and throw it in the chat for us. Things going on that he didn't understand or see. Yeah, he talked about that. He was disconnected. So he said, I wanted the federal government to do something, somebody do something. And then he said he found out later that they were doing stuff and he just didn't know about it. So completely disconnected. And that could also be by his design. Like sometimes you have to ask, sometimes you have to be proactive to go and find out information. Making a simple assumption that it's all going to come to you might have been a bad idea. And given his sources were Facebook and YouTube that he's used, you're setting yourself up for a little bit of failure there, bud. Okay. And that's not a true leader. A true leader is a lot more proactive. If you don't know what's going on and you need to know, then you take the steps to know. Okay. That's what a leader does, especially mayor. Come on. Did you want to be passive? Only 30% of his constituents wanted it cleared. Yeah, James, we got that. And it doesn't really matter. Like, we don't really live in a world where majority rules. Okay, so what if it actually was 51% wanted it clear? Is that the end of the protest, James? No, I don't think you would agree with that. So we don't live in a popularity majority rule type of attitude, but we certainly talk about it a lot like we do. Okay, because even us, we're excited about 70% supported. Yay. But still, if you let the people vote, something like 80% of people would say give free money away if you let them vote. Okay, because only 20% realizes what that actually means, and it's not good. So we don't live in a majority rule type of situation, but I get it, but I love it too. If that's a representation of Canada, I would be super stoked. I don't think it is. I think the more east you go, the higher the support was. But at the end of the day, majority doesn't rule. So if it was illegal, if it was harming people, if all of that stuff was true, and it wasn't, then I can see why it doesn't matter if 30% or 100%. It needs to be dealt with. And as a mayor, that is his job. Can you imagine if everything was just a popularity contest? I believe there was, what movie? Orville? Orville did an episode on that where everything was voted like on the spot. Careful what you wish for. It would be a really weird world. So it is the RCMP with powers. Yes, I didn't like this at all. So this came out of the Alberta government questioning, and they were pointing the finger on RCMP, and they even asked, like, what were you expecting Alberta to do? What were you expecting the federal government to do? But hey, this is why we need provincial police, Alberta. This reason right there. Like, why do we have a federal organization running things? Other than the border Canadian Border CBSA, Border Security Agency. Other than them, I can get it, like on the border, but that would be about it. The rest of it should be local jurisdiction, not a federal jurisdiction. And this is one of the many reasons why I think the RCMP has its place on a federal level, but not on a provincial level. And really, the RCMP was a stopgap while localities grew. So we really have overextended our state anyways. I think the purpose of RCMP was to assist as you grew. This is why Quebec and Ontario and New Brunswick had provincial police. This is why local police departments, once they're established, RCMP back away. It's time to do it, Alberta. Nope, this old boy was following the Facebook group for Coutts. Yeah, you're right, Railroaded. And he even named a couple of them, and that was his source. He said so already. Yep. And he was doing a lot of assuming. He's a follower, right? It was clear to me he was a follower. He wasn't even proactive of finding truth. And then when some truth hit him in the face, like, well, these are my neighbors, and these are the people I work with, and I know them. Even that, he kind of ignored that because it wasn't what he was seeing in his version of the world that he was looking at. Wake up, people. Take in all information. Don't disregard any of it. That's what an echo chamber is, so don't get caught in one. He was clearly getting his intel from CBC Global, CTV. And then, yeah, only because of how scared he was of domestic terrorists and stuff, I said that. But no, it was more Facebooking that he was doing. And then the governors wanted to put, they wanted, see, this witness, he talked too much. So he was aware of that they wanted the U.S. governors to put pressure on. And his reason was, again, nobody was moving things, nobody was doing things. And then a bag full of guns show up, and then people are doing things. Coincidence? Coincidence? And they keep using that statement. They did this in Ottawa as well, and I think maybe I can't recall if I heard it in Windsor, but they did say that in Ottawa too, like herding cats. Think about what that means, because a cat is an independent creature. A cat is hard to control. It's an independent creature. So think about what they're actually saying here. Just change the words to the actual words, what they mean. And what they actually mean is it's hard to control independent people. They're just saying like herding cats, but that's what they even mean by that, because cats are independent. It's hard to herd them. So it's difficult to control independent people is what they're saying here. Are you starting to see the pattern here? Are you starting to see how they do this? This is how parties control a majority of people, because you buy into the party. You're no longer independent then. This is how they control you. They don't like independent minds because independent minds do independent things. They don't follow what it is you tell them. And they have the mind of persuade me, don't force me. And again, independent people are wonderful community members, great in relationships because they feel the same way about you. You should also be independent. You should be taking care of your stuff. And I don't think anybody should get in your way within reason. We still want to protect liberty and life. But again, listen to the words they're using. Herding like cats. They're talking about us as animals. But what they really mean is independent thinkers. We couldn't go bribe or threaten or coerce or negotiate or make a deal with one single person. Therefore, we're going to say it's herding cats. It's like herding cats. It's derogatory in my mind to keep talking about protesters as if they're cats, but what they really mean is it's hard to herd independent or hard to control independent people. Sure. And quite frankly, if you guys were on the independent side for an issue, you would be thankful that that's truly the case. You shouldn't be trying to control independent people. All right. So jumping back to the live chat. All right. I think this is where we were. Some of us were put on earth to learn from other people's mistakes. Some of us have to be those other people. In fact, Railroaded, we're all of those, right? We all learn from mistakes and we all make mistakes. Some people are faster than others. Some people need to make the same mistake multiple times to learn. Some people can learn from other people's mistakes and not make their own. We're diverse. There's a whole whack of ways to do it. The one type that you certainly want to be careful of and make sure are the ones who have zero idea of consequence or future consequence, where they don't think there are any. They're not out there looking for the mistakes to learn from. They don't think there are any. They think that their mind is perfect. Those are the ones you got to be really worried about, because how do you work with that and how do they learn? Thankfully, it's not a large group. Hey, friends, I'm sure I missed a lot. Yeah, sorry, Denise. We're not on a break, even though this would be the lunch break. One of the lawyers for the committee passed out. What we do know is they cut the feed, and we got a reporting from Twitter that he's up and about and all right. That's all we know, though. So we're now waiting to see what happens, what comes back. We might see something around 12 o'clock my time, which will be 2 o'clock Eastern, because that would be the end of the lunch break. So maybe they come back and say something. Maybe they decide to call off the day. Hopefully we get some sort of update soon. But yeah, we're kind of sending our love there because that was a scary situation. And so far the reporting is he's okay. Haha, the media spin in Alberta was hilarious on the unknown deaths. Yeah. I even had somebody tweet to me and says, "You're silly. Those are all drug overdoses." But you look at the list, number 10 was drug overdose. So they're categorized. We know what a drug overdose is. We don't stick that as unknown. COVID was third. So anyways, yeah, weird spin. And it's weird how it came out and then just vanished, except for people like us, Ninja. We don't know what is causing them, but we know it, with utmost certainty that it isn't what everyone else thinks. That's exactly what the response was. We don't know what it is, but we know it's not that. Even though that just came into our lives and then all of a sudden the numbers spike and all that kind of stuff. But we know so much or so little that we know that that's not it. Ninja, look, we don't even have to be issues with your government in order to actually know that that was a weird statement. Everybody should be waking up around that one. Sorry, Denise. Was that lawyer taken out by the safe and effective mystery goose shot? Oh, I don't know, Denise, but it went through all of our minds instantly. Anytime we see anybody who's standing there coherent, seems to be fully functional, all facilities with them, and then also they drop. And that's because I know I'm traumatized because there's about a 5-minute or a 10-minute video where it's just nothing but that happening. Putting the date on and newscasters, reporters, presenters, speakers dropping. So, and we just watched another one. So that will make the clip, I'm sure. It went through all our minds, Denise, for sure. And that's unfortunate because that is so common now. A tweet I just saw, everyone saying we're bad for asking if he's quadruple boosted should remember the same was asked of us in order to sit in the mall food court. There's nothing wrong with asking, because if you want to ignore anecdotal evidence, well, you're doing so at your own risk. Maybe anecdotal, it may be circumstantial, it may be unproven, but it is a type of evidence and you shouldn't ignore. You can dismiss once you've reviewed, but you shouldn't ignore it. You should be looking at everything and going through a process to validate and confirm and see how it fits, but you shouldn't ignore it. And it went through everybody's mind, even the people who were ready to fight back and bite back at that comment. It went through their mind too. And then the second thing that went through their mind was, oh my gosh, they're going to be saying that. And they were getting themselves ready. So you went through everybody's mind because honestly, that's just one of those things now, isn't it? Yes, getting to know new online friends is great, and not to take away from that, but I should have been more specific. Okay. What I meant was getting to know the people on the stand at the questions podium. All right. So I'll expand that to be getting to know everybody. We're also getting to know the commissioner. We're getting to know the individual lawyers as well. It is kind of neat. You can see them have good days. You can see them have bad days. And then, yeah, of course, for the stars of the show, all the witnesses, this is why we're here. So each individual one of them. And one thing I'm going to start to be more cautious on is any preconceived anything. So I had a preconceived idea about Paul Lynch. What was his last name? Leichend. And I thought maybe he was representing small businesses in the, we were affected by all of this position. But no, he was a protester. And he had a great stuff to say. And it was nice to meet him too. So yeah, okay, Terry, I get it. And I agree. It is nice to get to know some of these people. It'd also be nice to get them some of them on here and to talk to them about things other than the inquiry, because there's also a lot of humans that went up there and they weren't portrayed as such. Hello, Canada from the U.S. Hey, Norman. Hey, Norman, bud. Thank you for joining us. How is it going down there? Let me go check my phone to see if everything's red or blue or what was going on there. Let me refresh this. All right, so 48-48 on the Senate, so they're still tied. Well, this morning it was 47 Republicans, so one more Republican picked up there. and then the Democrats at 187 and the Republicans at 203, and you need 218 in the House to have a majority. So from what I saw this morning, a little bit more red. Yep, a little bit more red. Not a wave, but certainly a little bit more red. I bleed red. Not in Canada. I bleed blue. We got them backwards here. I'll be back like the Terminator. Trudeau is the new Justine Connor. I'll be back. Okay, Mr. Green, we'll see you in a bit. Norman Patterson. Nice to meet you too. And I followed your YouTube. I subscribed to you there, Norman. Yep, we love Denise. Yeah, join our Discord too, Norman, if you're into that kind of stuff. Anybody else that gets it, go ahead and join. We're looking to have a collection of information that we're going to follow up on, and thank you very much, Railroad, for bringing that up. We have a ghost in the house. Honk Army's ghost has arrived. Is that Railroaded? Are you talking about Mr. Green, or are you talking about Norman? U.S. elections are of course that's the norm since the Gore one, right? The Bush Gore. That's kind of where everything really started to go wonky. I know that there was one with Kennedy that was very close. So as far as close elections and contested elections, it's not the first time. But about 2000, the Gore Bush one, I think that's when it got, for me, that's when it started to feel really wonky. And then if you want to talk to some of the other people, that's when, control of the ballots and stuff started to take over. So, but for me, basically all the 2000s, I think every election's been interesting in the States since then. And it also could be my age. Maybe I just start paying more attention then. Yes, preconception. Good point. That's the main undercurrent. As a reminder to all, you are insightful, Jason. Thank you, Terry. I don't even remember what that was for. I'll replay it later, and that's what I'll remember. Like I said earlier in here, sometimes I'm not fully absorbing what I'm talking about yet because I'm so focused on moving forward. But thank you, Terry. I do appreciate that. And I try to be as fair as I can. I do have a bias. My bias is freedom. So if you are anti-freedom, we got problems. And I am also for people power. So if you are globalist power, we got problems. But other than that, I'm pretty easy. I can get along with lots of people. 49 red in a runoff in Georgia State. Is that a 49 now? Well, I got 48 here, but this is mainstream media, so gosh knows if it's accurate or up to date at all. But a runoff in Georgia again? That's Stacey Abrams, right? Is it that close for Georgia? Oh, man. Okay. Well, we're hoping that this is just the start of a turnaround. I don't think even the hardest Democrat, well, not the hardest one, but a lot of Democrats are super happy either. Is AK goes, okay, I thought so. Okay, maybe I'll know that story one day there. Railroaded in Norman. Hopefully you're in our Discord there, Norman. Come join us. All right, back to the start. Because the stream is still on that screen. The prospect of okay, here, John. No, you're not wrong here. Alberta provincial police in Alberta has already been vetoed by the province. The RCMP work off a federal response plan to civil unrest. Yes, 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 and yes. You're right about all that. Danielle's pushing again, though. It is part of the Free Alberta initiative. So, solidarity, sovereignty, police force, this is all part of it. Okay, but you're not wrong. And then you're very right here. But John, this is a price we should be paying for sure. And I also believe that once sovereignty truly kicks in, once we do it properly, and we're handling our resources and our money and our healthcare and our services, and we're handling things properly, just like Ontario, we'll be able to afford it. Okay. I don't think cost should be the barrier. Now, this is what local council has spoken about a lot of. So when I spoke to them, they want it. They want it. But this is the only topic that kept coming across as the negative, the cost. You're not wrong. But I think this is a price that we should pay because the alternative is not to have our own jurisdiction when it comes to policing. That's not a good option. What if the UN came in and said, hey, Terry and John and Jason and everybody else out here, we can do it on 10 cents on the dollar as the RCMP. What should we do that then? Well, we'll save a bunch of money in Alberta. 10 cents on a dollar? Are you crazy? That's awesome. All right, UN, come in. Really? That can't be the reason why we make that decision. So, John, you're right. And I think that's a price Alberta would pay. But I also think on the flip side, once we have sovereignty and everything's flowing and everything's working the way it should be, we're going to balance this all out. And it's just going to be one of the costs. If you ever played SimCity, police budget is one of the things you have to do. And we also pay the RCMP. So it's not like we're not paying. It's just, are we even getting what we pay for? And should we pay a little bit more for more? But John, 100% right. And I think Alberta wants it. And again, yeah, here we go. And Smith has it on her radar. And again, I was saying my local councillors, they want it. They don't want the RCMP here. John Patterson, better for that. The other ways our money is spent. Yeah, exactly, Eleanor. And you know, instead of sending a bunch of money out east, is that our police force right there? If the east is taking care of their self, they don't need a bunch of money from us, and they can handle their stuff because they're all sovereign as well. Alberta's got. We can take care of ourselves as soon as we're take back all of our control and our money and our province. I don't think police would be the line item that hurts us. We'd be quite happy with it, actually. Mr. Miller. Oh, yeah, he came up. We're going to have a special guest, you down there this summer. Have a big freedom barbecue in Coutts. Yeah, he might show up for that. The one email I had with him, he was a very nice gentleman. He responded back telling me how traditional he is and he doesn't really do media. Nice guy. And I'm glad to have seen him gone up. A small piece of me hopes that he got my message and that's why he went up. But I'm glad to have seen him gone up because he needs to keep doing that. He needs to keep at least putting the freedom buzz in there and keep the commissioner abreast to why. But Brendan, you did a good job. You did go up. You did a good job. And that's why I want you to keep going up. They are not bad. The same guys I have as neighbors, and they're the guys that hauls the goods. That's the mayor talking. Talking to Brendan. These are the quotes that came out of the mayor. And by the way, we've now confirmed that the mayor is the type of person who will attach to the person that is in front of them, try and relate to them, and then basically flop to their side. Because a lot of stuff coming out of the mayor when Brendan was asking questions was these kind of statements. He went from domestic terrorists to they're not bad. The same guys I have as neighbors. And they're the guys that hauls the goods. Yeah. Yeah. And is that your new definition of domestic terrorist? So thank you, Brendan, for getting that out of him. 70% support in the town. Nice. Yeah. And he got him to say it in a whole bunch of different ways, right? Wasn't that kind of cute? That's fun lawyering. So you're saying 70% supported it? Yeah. How many did they support that 70%? Yeah, they supported 70%. And so you're saying 70% supported it. 70%, yes. That was fun. We had the answer right away, but it was kind of cool that he kind of went back a few times to just make sure that everybody heard you clearly, because we know how people like to twist stuff. So it was fun, Brendan. This is why we want to see you up there more, because those are the kind of statements we want to be hearing. They just can't believe the people were not taking any more crap. That's the independent fear. That's why they're fearful of independent, because that's what independent is. That's exactly what they do. And people in power are very, very afraid of the independent one. And they also call them lone wolves, right? Because that's an independent person too. Lots of different labels. Because they fear them, because those are the people who you can't buy them off, or you can't coerce them through party politics or whipping. Like, independent is an incredibly difficult thing to control. And that's a good thing for Canada, okay? We didn't become a country because we established a couple parties in England and then just did it here. We were independent. We put this system in place. And it was meant to also have independent in it. It's written into the parliamentary rules. We have independence. So, yeah, they don't like those people, do they? They do everything they can to vilify us. I will quote my CA Trudeau hates us. Okay, look. This is so true in Alberta because we don't make national issues on the national platform. And what I mean by that is I don't mean we don't have any. We have plenty, beaucoup problems. But they don't make the national stage because of the number of MPs we have, the number of votes that we have. Alberta doesn't have a significant weight to it when it comes to voting. And this is why we're so frustrated with this. We're not properly represented in our eyes. And it also us that none of our issues become national on any party platform, no matter what color, because both party platforms definitely have to kowtow to the corridor of Quebec, Montreal, Toronto, down to the center of the universe of economics, Windsor. Okay, that's where they all have to kowtow to, which is why national issues are really issues that they can only sell there. You don't see a national energy, oil, anything on any of them, no matter how blue we turn here on the federal level. There's just simply not enough votes, not enough weight. And frankly, they already got a good thing. They got the East versus West going. So keep it going. It actually helps them in Ottawa to keep that divide going. But I'm glad that we blame Trudeau. We're not blaming government, even though each one we're not happy with. That just shows that Alberta has some faith that eventually maybe there's going to be a good one. Danielle Smith, Moe, Ford might push hard enough. But that is the sentiment here. We don't trust Trudeau. We don't like him. And it's because it seems to be like every issue that we have, he's on the opposite of. And then, of course, he labels us. He's from Quebec, and the Quebec leadership. I want to be clear on that, not Quebec people. Quebec leadership, people in government in Quebec, they adopt this position pretty quickly, and then they make it part of their personality, as we saw with the Prime Minister. And that could also be why we specifically dislike him and Freeland. We don't want her to come back. But yeah, and for him to say my CAO hates him, that's the top unelected position, CAO. So that's exactly how the people feel. Alberta, Trudeau hates us. We must be doing something right. I love that attitude, Ninja. I love that attitude completely. Because they wouldn't hate us if they didn't fear us. Right? They wouldn't hate us if they didn't fear us. They wouldn't vilify us if they weren't worried about us. And that's a good thing. And what should they be worried about? Freedom. Okay, we want to be independent inside the unity of Canada. So, sovereignty, please. And not please, FYI, sovereignty. That's basically our position in Alberta now. We're not asking. We're letting you know. We are going to live sovereign. Railroaded. John, Brendan Miller is now drawing out what Willett actually did, what he said, his independent recollection. Miller is working hard for his money, and it shows. Good observation there, John. And yes, and this is why I want to see him go up every witness, I don't care if it's Windsor or otherwise. I want him up on every witness. If the city of Ottawa is questioning the mayor of Coutts, I want to see Brendan talk to everybody and just keep pulling out. Would you want your granddaughter to be at the knee of that guy? Type of questions, okay? Keep going. It was great. We like that. If this mayor doesn't understand the dislike for the federal government, he isn't a very good mayor. He does understand. He does understand. But he's gotten, I think, a little bit more comfortable where issues don't address him directly. For example, Freeland took some heat about talking about in her family getting rid of Disney Plus as an example of tightening things. Well, actually read what she said. She didn't say that. It kind of got twisted into her giving advice. What she actually said was they don't use it anymore. It's not like they cut it because they were tightening things. They just don't use it anymore. And that's an example of ways to save money. Of course, it's still tone deaf, and of course, it's no good. But Freeland, too, is not liked. And this mayor understands all that. Sure, he does. More comfortable so that when things go bad, it's not hitting him as much, other than his complaint phone goes off. That is what he cares about the most, his complaint phone. And there's another comment here from Ellen around the mayor. When 70% of your own people dislike what the feds are doing, you just shrug. Well, 70% of people supported the protest. Okay. I don't know if that you can also say 70% don't like what the feds are doing, but it's pretty easy to equate the two. Because you're kind of, if you're in the mindset of supporting the protesters, you're also in the mindset of you're against government overreach, because that's fundamentally what this is all about. They like to say mandates, but it's really government overreach. This is what this is about. So you're probably right there. It's probably very, very close to that number too, Alan. Going to jump over to live for a bit, see how we're doing there. Herschel Walker. Okay, there we go. So Ellen, no, it's Herschel Walker and Mark Walker will win. Oh, okay. I said Stacey Abrams. Okay, so Herschel, football player. Go on. How is that Stacey Abrams one going now? Because the last number I saw, she was losing by a lot. So maybe that'll be the end of all of that chiming and chirping. Walker will win the Libertarian vote in the runoff. Right. So for those that don't know, because I don't think we do this in Canada, but they have to get over 50.1, right? Something like that. So they do runoffs. Once they got the top two, they'll redo the election so that you actually get a 50% majority. Whereas in Canada, you can have 40 something and still win. So I believe that's what they're doing here. And the Libertarian had like 1.7 or something like that support. So that's expected to move to Walker, I guess what they're saying here. It's too bad that even down there, they still have so much trouble getting independence in. Having the RCMP as your security and policing services may be an issue, allowing some leverage from the feds. Yeah, that's why we gotta get rid of it, Terry. Can you imagine if Ontario didn't have the OPP during this? The feds had the wrong info. CSIS had the wrong info. It was only the OPP who had the right info, or far closer to the right info. To imagine if OPP was not part of this equation here, it could have been way worse, way faster. But the RCMP came into power for the purpose of providing policing where policing wasn't available. So that very mandate means we should be replacing them as soon as we can. That's basically what that should mean. Some provinces have done it, and we should be one too. New witness at 3 p.m. Eastern, so 1 p.m. our time. So another hour. Railroaded. You get that from a tweet? Oh, look at you. You did. All right. Let's go, and I'm going to pull that one up too. Great job, Railroaded. Boom, boom, boom. Let me go find that link in the other window. There we go, 3 p.m. New witness at 3 p.m. All right, so we have another hour. And why new witness? Why are we done with this guy? Because we were only done commission questions. Oh, likely because the commission lawyers, a different one's going to be doing this other witness. And we're probably going to have to come back to this guy at another time. That would make sense to me. Okay. So we'll switch witnesses. Commission counsel will be a different commission counsel. They'll continue after lunch. And we'll probably have to come back to this witness because we didn't get through the commission counsel. All right, Railroaded. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. I think we keep shrinking. Community police force. Be cheap as, okay, global mafia is dismantling our institutions. Yeah, sure feels that way. We need to step up our own infrastructure pronto and compete. Well, the best way to compete globalist is to be independent. Okay, I hate you keep bringing that word up, but globalist requires you to want the power to move up. Okay, so regional, provincial, federal, global. In order for them to exist, the people have to want the power to move up. This is why I'm trying to go the other way. The more that we go the other way, so less federal, less provincial, less regional, less government, the more you have to be individually responsible and tackle it. We can't do that overnight, Ninja, because there's a big dependent class. But the more we chip away and bring it back, the better. And the more the globalists are going to be doing the opposite of that, the more they're going to be trying to get fingers in, and they're going to be trying to even sometimes create situations where we ask them for help, because that would be the ultimate one. If Canada people got to the point where we said, this government is no good and we're done, but we don't know how to fix it, can you give us help? If that's where the Canadian people go, the globalists are super pleased, because it's exactly how you then provide them the new system and take control and say, oh, by the way, we're the decision makers, but here you go. Here's your new system where everything's great, right? So what we got to do is make darn sure that no matter what happens, Trudeau 2.0, Freeland on speed, doing crazy stuff, no matter what happens, we deal with it internally. Okay, that's the most important part of all of this. We do not split up and get to the point where we seek for outside assistance of any kind, whether it's from the States or otherwise. We need to deal with this internally. Okay, the second we don't, we're going to hand over the ability to do that internally. Don't. That's the biggest mistake we'll make if we even think about doing that. Please share Discord. Yeah, Norman is coming. I assure you, as soon as you said that, railroads all over you. If they're gerrymandering like the U.S. elections would be more balanced. If there was gerrymandering like the U.S. elections would be more balanced. Yeah, but there's arguments both sides of that one, Denise. It depends who does the gerrymandering. Right? It depends who's drawing the lines. That then becomes the most important question when you have gerrymandering. Who's drawing the lines? Canada, our regions, I think what you're doing there, Denise, is we should have some more lines drawn in Alberta and have some more regions for MPs. Yeah, I agree with you. But gerrymandering is a tough one, because who draws the lines? Whoever draws the lines makes a decision. All of a sudden you have this big loop around this one area, because it will flip it conservative if you don't. Gerrymandering is also an art. So, and it's also, kind of have to follow where people are going. And there's a big movement out of Ontario to Alberta. So I think they mentioned the biggest movement in the last year was from Alberta or Ontario to Alberta. So maybe just in population alone, Denise, we'll get some more representation, but it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Who controls the gerrymandering? That's a big power. Sure, Norm. Here you go. There you go. See, told you. RR's all over you. Railroaded. You rock. Hong Kong. Toot toot. There you go. The field of love. He is a very small village mayor. I love your spelling. With a memory problem. So he's not in the loop. They tell only him what he wants. Well, it works both ways. Information and tell works both ways, Dave. You can either wait for it to be delivered to you, or you can go and seek it. And he's not proactive on seeking it. We got that. His seeking was a feed. Basically, whatever was fed to him. That's why it's called a feed, the Facebook feed, because they're feeding it, feeding it to him, feeding to him, fed. As long as that's the way he's wired and the way he functions, it's going to be unfortunate, because he's a leader and he should be following the truth and finding the truth and asking for the truth. He could be far more proactive. If he's not getting the phone calls from RCMP or federal level or provincial level, he can call them. He knows the error codes. Not all states do runoff. Yeah, every state's different, right? Very independent. So the American system is a very independent, united system. A whole bunch of independent states doing different things. Right down to election rules. They're very different on each of them. Lots are similar. There's certain categories, but there's certain differences between a lot of them. Like, for example, is it New Hampshire or Maine? They will put their electorates by votes, whereas most states will do all electorates go to one side based on who won the whole vote. So 51% of the vote, you get 100% of the electorates. But I think it's Maine or New Hampshire, they don't. They will split them. So yeah, each state's different, and I think the same way for a province. Each province should be slightly different. Do what's right for the region. Do what's right for the people. And the ultimate vote is you vote with your feet. So if you don't like what your locale is doing, and that's not for you, it's a big country. And believe me, Yellowhead's a beautiful place. So if you like freedom and you don't mind the snow and you can handle the cold, get through all of that. It's God's country. It all depends on which lawyer took which deposition. Yeah, that's why I think we're getting. I think more than the deposition, but you're right. Yeah, Dave, you got it. Because they all prep for the witness. They know ahead of time how much time they have. And it would be very difficult midstream to swap out a lawyer who's prepped either cross or examination in chief. Either one of them. It would be very difficult to swap the lawyer. This is why you adjourn entire court days based on one person. But because it looks like committee counsel, sorry, I got something in my throat. Committee counsel wanted to split the load up. The next witness was likely a different counsel, and they can then proceed with that. And that's why we're swapping. Excuse me, there's something in my throat. Let me get rid of it, or I'll just keep swallowing on you. All right. All right. No guests, so I can't sneak in water. So thank you for the indulgence there. But we will be calling back this witness and finishing up. And hopefully it's that lawyer. He finishes up and he's feeling better. We might see him tomorrow or something like that. They might even juggle another witness from tomorrow if they're available. We'll see what happens. Keep in mind, the U.S. Senate is different as it is kind of it's elected. Okay, 2 per state. You know, I kind of think maybe I had this idea of us having a Senate-like thing with independents. Like if we could have 2 independents from each province go in every time. It would be great if we had like an independent province, like 2 independents, like kind of like senators for states, but they're just independent. And then independents don't run in, well, they can, but they don't traditionally win in the ridings. But maybe if each province had 2 permanent independent seats for the province, that would be kind of like Senate, where they're elected and they represent a different level than the House. That would be cool. I don't know if we have to copy their Senate system and elect and all that kind of stuff, but what if we sent or had, 2 independents, even from the territories, because they only have 1 seat each. If they had ability to send 2 more people that had power, I think it would be great. But barring that change, because that would be a change to our system, let's go ahead and pick some ridings where you find some strong independent minds and send them. Because if you can't, well, that's a great way to send them. They're allowed to go that way. But if we don't have another system, we'll do it that way first. But I think we need independent oversight, like a permanent oversight class where we're always sending in some independents. That would be a wonderful thing for Canada, in my opinion. Has to be done by population regardless of the size of landmass. Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver cannot decide elections every time. Yeah, and Denise, and it is population. So it's around 100,000 or so per riding. We got 338 representatives or ridings, and we got 38 million or 35 million Canadians. So it's around 100,000 per riding, give or take. And that is how we do it. So if a whole bunch of people from Ontario move, maybe Yellowhead will have to split up because we grew so much. But it's a long process, Denise, and you're right. It has to be done by population. Tony was reelected in Pennsylvania. He died in October. Well, I'm sorry to hear that he died. Incumbent, they'll replace him. Sometimes a widow does that. Sorry to hear he died. But I am sad that it's very evident that, at least in some parts of the U.S. system, the candidate doesn't matter. It's the color only. Okay, because there's a candidate, Fetterman, who, God bless, but he's got an injury now. And it affects him. I'm very pleased that he believes he can go ahead and do the job, but that is definitely party talking. That is not his doctor talking. Isn't that something, eh? Denise, yeah. Yeah, and no, I guess he died while he was already on the ballot and stuff, but that's party, isn't it? Like I said, one huge, yep. You're in, Denise. You're in. All right. I'm amazed 25 of you are still here waiting for this return. Thank you for being here. It sounds like we have another hour to go. Going to be a long lunch. But after this, I'll definitely go get some food. All right. Agreed, Alan. He must be comfortable and not really connect to hardworking people anymore. So now we're back to the mayor and response from Alan about, kind of forget, Alan, what it was about, but from what I got here, it looked like he was disconnected, not with the truth anymore. And it's likely because, in my opinion, he was just getting comfortable with his new life, power. He's just disconnected from what it feels like to really have to worry about how am I going to pay my heat bill if my electric keeps going up? How am I going to do that if the price of everything's going up? How am I going to get all the nutrients in my diet when the price of everything's going up? He doesn't remember or understand that anymore. So that could be why. And maybe 30% is the comfortable people in that town. A kind of entitled attitude. I deserve to be able to drive across the street faster than this. That 30% of entitled class. Maybe that's who we're talking about here. Truth, Jason. That, and there are still people out there, amen, that are running on truth. I think truth is starting to become in vogue. There we go. Yeah, so I said I think truth is starting to become in vogue. Because look at you. You're all here right now. You're only here for the truth. You're not here for the streams that drop. You're not here for the pixelation that happens sometimes. You're not here for the dead air that happens when something happens and I'm not at the desk. You're here for the truth. So I'm glad for that. I think it's in vogue. I think it's what more people want now. For a while there, we were kind of a tabloid world where we kind of enjoyed that. But it came, I think, too close to home. I think this whole fake narrative came too close to home for too many people. It was kind of okay when it was just New York and LA, but it's not truth anymore, and I don't think people are liking it. And I do think the convoy switched a lot of people's minds because just like Stunt, they heard the narrative and then went and looked. And anybody who did that definitely can't go back. You can't unsee it. You can't go back. It's permanent. Right, Stunt? Boy, he really outed himself as a follower of social media. So at this point, he was talking about Facebook, the different groups, and YouTube, and he used them a lot. Oh, Mayor. Ballsy to use this particular line, especially with Peckford doing all the work he's doing. Ballsy for you to use this particular line. And he's not talking about traveling to a sunny location. He's talking about going to Tim's, getting to the grocery store. That's what he's talking about, because he's not restricted any other way. And he's not even talking about not being able to get to Tim's. He's talking about not getting to Tim's fast enough. Okay, Mayor, that was tone deaf beyond tone deaf. This is the definition of tone deaf. This was tone deaf because actual human beings who actually made a decision for themselves, for their health and their well-being, were denied travel. So, dude, you're now in the dictionary beside tone deaf. Mayor of Coutts. Good job, man. A field hospital. Whew. Hey, you do have to pay attention because sometimes they slip and they let more out than they need to or want to or should have, etc. A field hospital was set up. Okay, for those of you that don't know what that is, go watch MASH. Mobile Army Surgical Hospital. At the field hospital. That's what that is. They were expecting casualties. Casualties beyond the local healthcare system. They were the ones making plans, so they were expecting to be armed up and go in there and have a shootout. That's the only time you pull out the field hospital plan sheet. And by the way, folks, if Coutts had enough planning and RCMP had enough planning and they're setting up field hospitals for a raid that they were about to do you really believe Windsor had no plan to deal with a protest? No, they had plans for everything. Field hospital. Jeez, these people they're playing too much Xbox or something. These are all Xbox players. These are gamers. They think of us as non-playable characters because they're setting up field hospitals. What are they expecting to happen? Sincerely, like how scared were you guys? How much blood pressure were you under? How much was going on in your head that you actually thought you needed to spend time to set up a field hospital in Coutts? Over, what was it, a tip that they had a bag of guns, or because this was around the guns? My goodness, people, it takes hours. It takes resources. You got to ship in all of the pieces of the tent and stuff. Like a field hospital is not something you just set up. It's not like an inflatable raft where you just pull a thing and you have a field hospital. They were expecting to have officers in serious injury in order to do that and to have that set up. I don't think they were caring about the other side, but they were expecting their side to have some casualties. That's why they do that. Wow. Wow. Wound up, super paranoid. Who's doing that to them? How are they stuck in that mindset? And are they? Was there a bunch of officers going, what the heck are we doing setting this thing up for? I don't know. But what we do know is at least the mayor was aware of the mission to go into that house in Coutts. So now we know it's a house. It wasn't an RV. To go into the house in Coutts, they actually established a field hospital. See, these are the little things that I do pick up because, well, in order for that to be there, you need to have the fear that you need it. Okay? This is not a 2-minute decision. They had to probably ship it in from somewhere because Coutts itself maybe didn't have that, but the RCMP do. May have to make his way from like Calgary or something to make his way down there for them to set one up. And is that also how they pump up the officers? They pump up the officers saying, dude, we have to do a hospital? This is going to be crazy. This is a level whatever, because it requires a hospital, field hospital. Is that how you pumped up the officers? Were you hoping they went in there to use that hospital? My goodness. It's weird. Because we're not even talking about the protesters here. We're talking about just the gun seizure. How wound up are we? Or how wound up are they making them? Might be weird. It might be something, some psyop type of thing. Terry says, FBI has laid off thousands and is apparently bleeding money. Billions, I read. No confirmation yet, but trouble it seems. I remember when Facebook entered the market and it was $100 million valuation and we were all shocked. It was like $100 million for this. Now they lose billions. The market value, like that kind of growth is insane. Look, that's the consequences of the En Vogue truth movement. It's here. Nobody wants the fake feeds anymore. It feeds the mayor and it gets them all worked up and they go crazy. Nobody wants that anymore. I've been off of Facebook for a long time, except for having to come back for this. Because lots of my neighbors are still there. They're definitely not on Twitter. Railroaded should know that. Alberta rural is definitely not Twitter. I think Discord's bigger than Twitter. But Facebook's the biggest still for us out here. So it's one of those necessary evils so I can connect with the people who are here. It's very important for me to be able to connect with and hear from everybody. Yeah, Terry, great news, huh? When you actually fight the truth, the market responds. Yep. And there's also a big exodus on Twitter. A bunch of left are leaving and stuff like that because of Elon. Whatever. My MP, Terry Dowdall, always reminds me they can only deal with the issues that his constituents are most concerned about at the time. Let's talk about that, Terry. You have to be vocal, active by bringing your concerns to your MP. Yes. Okay. So this is squeaky wheel. Okay. That's where he's going with that. But Terry, follow up with him. Where does it go after that? Okay. Ask Terry. So Terry asked Terry, where does the concerns go after that? Because if they do not align with any national agenda, they get whipped and died at the platform level. Okay. So go ahead and test that if you can. Go find an issue that's important to you. See if Terry will bring it forward and see if it makes it on the platform. My proof is Yellowhead wants oil, not on a national platform. We're blue as blue gets. We have one little orange in Calgary, I think. We're as blue gets in Alberta, and yet pipelines are shut down. We can't get things down out the west. We don't have a port on the east. We're being ignored, right? So that's proof right there, Terry, because I guarantee you, Sikora, Gerald Sikora, my guy, gets lots of those squeaky wheel complaints about jobs, homelessness, despair, employment, all of that's going to him. What can he do? Nothing. And that's really one of the problems with parties. Good luck seeing this issue go forward, unless it's a national one and or part of an agenda, like with the Liberals. The Liberals are really pushing agenda. They're not really listening to constituents. I guarantee you it was not a high priority pronouns with constituents. That was agenda. I guarantee you it was not the constituents saying, let's go ahead and, without parental consent, let children decide on end-of-life care. I guarantee you they were not squeaky wheeling that all the way up there. That's all agenda. But for a Conservative Party, maybe it's more about national platform and power, less about agenda, but more about getting in there and getting the power. And this is why local issues die on the cutting room floor of the platform decision-making committee. Okay, there's a committee, closed doors. MPs have input, but they're not there. Some are, some aren't. And even a lot of the people that are at those committees aren't even MPs or elected. They're party officials. That's where your national platform comes from. So if you want to know how the sausage is made, that's how it's made. It goes into a black room, closed doors, officials, some elected, certainly all the leaders. They make the sausage, spit it out, and then the rest of the MPs go around like cookies for Girl Scouts and sells it to the constituents. That's how that sausage is made, and that's how that sausage is delivered. The only way around that is independent. All parties do that, even PPC. PPC came up with their platform. They do listen to the members, but again, it's decisions made by leaders and officials. So, c'est la vie. That's how it works. Railroaded. I am only on it for the MP role. Oh, Facebook. Yeah. I jumped off of Facebook around the scandal of the UK, Cambridge Analytics. I jumped out of there, and not directly because of Cambridge. It's just because I didn't have a use for it. And also, I'm a developer, so I actually had the developer accounts for Facebook. I had access to their APIs. I know how to crawl the friends and grab information. I know how much access you have to, as a developer, to all this information. None of the Cambridge Analytic things was a surprise to me at all. Also not a surprise to Facebook. Their Facebook graph allowed for it. So anyways, behind the scenes, developer level stuff on Facebook, I know how much information of yours was there for my taking. Okay. And I know how Facebook could have put more things in place for sure to make it difficult to scrape data and how much data you could get to. Just from a simple click of letting this app run, saying, I allow this app to have access to me, the ripple effect on Facebook was huge, how much you get out of there. Now, Cambridge Analytica took it a different step. They took it a step further, and then they started to use that to feed their system on collecting information and passing it out to influence voting. That's where they took a step a little bit further, and they're very successful at that. And if you think that just because they got outed and then that company went under, that all of a sudden the elites and the political masterminds and the people that know how to move strings and stuff like that decided to go and start fishing for the rest of their life instead of doing that forever, you would be dead wrong. They're just doing it in a different way now. Completely doing it a different way. All right, let me see where we are in our chat. Cool. Denise, catch you later. Take care, Denise. Oh, yeah, that's where we were. So one of the last messages was from you. You have to go for a while. Catch you later. Take care, Denise. We'll see you a bit. Want to guess for a bit? Azario? Yeah, sure. We got 4 or 5 minutes. We'll throw it in the chat. See if anybody else wants to join too. Terry, you want to get in there? John? Here. It's a special day. But yeah, we got 4 or 5 minutes. So if anybody wants to jump in, go ahead. I thought it showed a lot of people into understanding more. I don't think they really wanted to play. Yeah, they paused it at the wrong spot, didn't they? They paused it at basically, he said, in history, this is how we dealt with stuff. And then the rest of it was how we can do it a different way, the right way, an effective way. You certainly did, Dave. Trying to twist it to make it look like he was inciting the people. Exactly. You caught it, Dave. There's more to it than that. There was a lot more to it than that. And that's another thing we can't forget, Alberta. I think I even have a tweet about that one. That one and Tamara. I don't ever want to forget what they did to those 2 people. Field Hospital probably just dotting I's and crossing T's to be part of the same sort of... Not normal, though, Ninja. Like SWAT, even SWAT. There's different levels. There's different threat levels. And when they have different threat levels, then it will execute different parts of the plan. And one of them will be, here's Ario, one of them will be field hospital. But you would have to get to a certain level of threat assessment for them to say, okay, yeah, well, we need to bring in the field hospital. I don't think that's the regular every type of raid scenario, like when they're executing on a warrant. For example, Tamara, there's no way the RCMP set up a field hospital when they picked up Tamara. So not very standard, but it is standard when they get to certain threat levels and threat assessments. How they get there, as we can see, it's all paranoia at this point, but that's likely what they did. I don't know what their threat levels are and their codes are, but it could have been like TL for threat level 7 has the field hospitals, 8 has commandeering of all services of hospitals. How they even got to that level is a shock to me. But then again, Canada-wide warrant for tomorrow, so they're overreacting on every step. Azario, hey, thanks for stepping up and asking.
Hey,
you there, bud?
Hey.
Hey, I can hear you.
Hey. Can you hear me now?
We got you. Welcome, man.
Hey.
Remind everybody whereabouts you are without giving up your GPS.
Yeah, I'm just in southwestern Ontario. Might be on a Great Lake.
That's right.
And enjoying a nice balmy day here. I feel bad for you guys out there having to deal with the -16 temps. It is currently 17 degrees here. And
16. It didn't warm up for us yet. Oh my, yeah.
No, geez. But
we even had the witness. Right, we had the witness at the beginning that said he didn't want to go back to Alberta. It's so cold.
Hey, I was outside in a t-shirt earlier, so.
Yeah, let me show you. Here's my phone. Hopefully I'm not giving up any details. -25.
Oh,
-25.
Goodness me.
Yeah, but it's going to warm up. We're going to get into the teens, and we got nothing but sun today, so no generator in the background. Okay, well, welcome. Oh, we kind of had a weird interruption today, a little medical incident, but it sounds like everybody's going to be all right, and we'll get back to it. Do you think that's going to mean...
That was pretty bizarre.
Well, it happens. It happens. And, you know, immediately we all had the same thought, didn't we? Did you have the same thought, Azario, when he went down, that maybe it was something else, not the lights?
Well, yeah, no, I'm not exactly sure what exactly it was, but I'm not going to endanger anything on your channel here by going down that rabbit hole too much. So
right, but the thought went through your mind, though.
Oh, instantly, yeah. What we've been seeing all in the media has been pretty crazy. There's definitely some good documentaries out there around some of this content. So I'm not going to mention it. I don't want you to get any strikes or anything on your channel. So
no, I appreciate that. But you're on our Discord now, right? You can share some of that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'd like to check out
some stuff up in there. So.
No, cool. I went through everybody's mind, even the other side, because immediately they were ready for their responses on Twitter because they saw those coming. 100%. As soon as that happens now, right? And that is what we live in. There are just so many incidences like that. What used to be what we would call breakthrough. It's not. They don't even use that word anymore. So yeah, it's kind of sad that we all had the same thought. We didn't 2 years ago, right? 2 years ago, it would have been just like, oh my, he just fainted.
Exactly. I think, you know, you would see this maybe like once a year from a news broadcaster or something like that happening. And you're just seeing an increase in frequency. It is, if you're not noticing it, you're not paying attention to all the stuff that's going on. But I think with the certainly sharing of on social media networks and you know, Twitter and the like, that we're being able to kind of get that information out, people are connecting dots. So
it's not hard to connect the dots. Athletes, way more of them.
We even had players for sure.
Yeah, soccer players. We even had a really good Canadian soccer player. I think even in Alberta, he had some issues with his heart and he had to miss a massive game. What was that again? I want to say the World Cup Canada qualifier, and one of our strikers, one of our best ones, he had to take the bench because he was irregular heartbeat, is what he got. Yeah, but we always had, I would say, at least 1 or 2 stories a year around the world of a healthy athlete dropping. Okay, so we've always had that. Maybe a marathon, or maybe a footballer or soccer player, or even a softballer. We would hear that, but it was so rare and so tragic, and we had a big deal about it. Now we don't hear all of them.
And nobody's really going into the reasons why either. So it's just kind of that's a little suspect.
Well, there's a mass hysteria around because a whole bunch of people got it. So it needs to be a step of acceptance first. That maybe it wasn't as cool as everybody thought. More and more are, because the more people are touched by this, it's undeniable. But yeah, Rosario, it went through everybody's head immediately. Whereas 2 years ago, the only thing that would have went through our head was he fainted.
Yeah.
But not anymore today. We're all programmed differently now.
Oh, definitely. And like I can attest to being in cadets as well. And,
they would drop like flies sometimes.
Doing drill, you're outside and it was like 95, 100 degrees in a uniform, and you're standing at attention. People would lose teeth, all sorts of things, and you don't wish that on anybody, but that was what happened. So like, I hope that lawyer Mr. Gabriel is doing well and recovering fine. I don't want to wish harm on anyone. So
no. We're not that kind of group at all. Immediately, it doesn't matter who it was. It could have been our JT himself. We would have been the same response. We would have been, oh my gosh. I hope he'll be all right, because we got some charges for him later. We want to have him sentenced and healthy.
Yeah. Hopefully, mystery COVID doesn't show up just before. So
yeah, or maybe another lawyer and then cancel the whole thing. Who knows?
Absolutely.
Jeez. But I'm glad to hear he's doing better. I understand why they're shuffling the witnesses. We may have a longer day for it, but something's telling me they're going to extend tomorrow. And I think Railroaded is right that we're not here Friday because of Remembrance Day, and federal employees don't work on that day. Yeah. So we'll find out how this all goes out.
100%. Yeah. What did you think of our POEC there, like in the Coutts Smugglers Cafe, I guess, or Smugglers Saloon, I should say. I was listening to that clip, and I thought that he was just a little bit, I want to say a little bit right, really sensational to a degree of really spinning people up in that. And I was trying to be objective to it, because I was listening with a critical ear, and I didn't want to say, am I reading too much into this? But the message that kind of resonated with me, where what they showed in that selective clip was, millions, thousands of people had to die to do this. Thousands of people had to die, and they did that over again. And that was, I think, the tack that he was using to kind of underline the importance of this to the folks that were there. Maybe, I don't know what his end game with that was, whether it was like, oh yes, people are going to die as a result of, us trying to get our freedoms back or not, or what exactly he was trying to accomplish. But that was a little bit sensationalist in my mind.
Well, there's two ways to look at that. So you could have looked at it that and said, hey, he was calling on the fighters and soldiers' death. Okay. So you could have said, well, he was referring to the millions of deaths of soldiers. He also could have been referring to, because he specifically said World War I and World War II, and then now, he could have been referring to, because it was just a clip, the deaths by the government. So World War I, all about them, and Russia was bad. World War II, all about them. Germany was bad. So both of those had multiple deaths at the hands of government, not enemy. So he could have been referring to that as well in this one. So millions of people have to die at the hands of government before we do something. And he could have been looking at it that way. But he also could have been looking at it as the fighters. So casualties of war. It's really tough to say exactly who he was referring to, because he only went to 3 events, World War I, II, and now. And all of those, it could have been taken from the fighters or the government hurting people perspective. But he's also a preacher, so don't forget that. So it's in him to be grand with his words and his messaging, and biblical with it sometimes too. So that's also kind of the way he talks. Now, unfortunately, you didn't get the rest of the clip, because what didn't happen was that cafe didn't pick up pitchforks and knives and guns and go do anything. So whether you thought he was riling up the crowd or not, the end result was there wasn't a crowd pitchforking anybody. Right.
No.
So
I think I remember listening to that back, kind of when it happened, and saw that clip online. And if I recall correctly, they gave him a really big standing ovation and just kind of really cheered him on. But I would agree that that sentiment wasn't there. But it struck me as odd, and I think it was certainly done on purpose. In the purpose of the inquiry here to, sensationalize it and make it look like he was a little bit unhinged. His whole backstory, definitely being a Polish immigrant, his family's certainly been at the hands of some nefarious actors in the past, and that was his big message. I was following that whole thing where, he got taken out of church and was yelling at the public health officials coming into his church. It was kind of comical at times, but his treatment was just abhorrent. Like, I don't think that it was, warranted, definitely in that scenario.
Yeah, I kind of put him in not the same category, so I'll be careful here. I don't want people thinking I'm saying this the wrong way. Only for the rhetoric side of things, I would put him in the same category as Pat King, in that I wish that wasn't said that way, or if I was writing your script or your speech, I would have had you, tackle it this way, same message, but different words, because we're dealing with such a sensitive wordplay side that they twist everything into just horrible. So when they clip and they replay it like that, I can see how it's bad. Okay. So when I say I put him in the Pat King category, it's kind of, I wish they had somebody that would have said it differently than that. Same message, same passion, just slightly different words. Like he didn't have to say, we now also need to have, or we will have, or something along the lines of expect many deaths. See, that part of that is where they'll hang their hat on that and say over and over again, this was and would have been a massive militia had we let this continue. Therefore, we did what we did to save all of us. Unfortunately, it gives them that ability to do that. And that's what else I had an issue with Pat King on, because of his stuff. It just gave them something to point at. Look, he's part of it, and here's how he talks. Like, oh, darn.
You could lump Jeremy Mackenzie into that too.
Yes, the Jeremy Mackenzie's after show. Yes, I'll say his after show, because his after show was too unfiltered.
It was just right at the line. Like it was in some ways crossing the line a little bit.
No, he crossed the line for me. I had to unsubscribe. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll be honest. I liked his podcast. His energy levels were high and then low, and then his brilliance was there and his genius was there. And by the way, those are two different things, but they were both there. But his after shows where he let his hair down too far. And frankly, I wasn't even comfortable with it as locker room talk. Because I don't go there. I don't know people that go there. I can understand through frustration and loose lips, especially when you have a diverse group with you, and maybe your friends are comfortable with that, including all your diverse friends. But I'm not. So, I had to jump out after his after show. But fundamentally, his podcast, I thought it was very interesting. It certainly was interesting to listen to. Mm-hmm. And then maybe the same thing happened here with Pastor.
Yeah, I think I always look at folks having the best of intentions to be able to try to get their messages out, and I really think that the majority of these people, like the three that we've spoken about, were not trying to be particularly evil.
No.
And so I think that the intent was good. I think that I agree that the way that they got their message out was not necessarily the most ideal or appealing for all audiences. They definitely could use some filter at times, and making sure that they were being succinct to their message. So
yeah, and free speech is free speech, but we also have free interpretation.
Yeah. So, I mean, when it gets to the point of almost inciting violence, or calling for violence or calling for action, that's where it really starts. I tune out. I just like, okay, this person's starting to get a little bit too far off the rails, and it's not, no pun intended, railroad, but it's started to get dangerous. And I believe in free speech, and I also believe in that discord, in being able to, you know, kind of, I'm trying to figure the word, but rebuke that speech that is there as well and counter it. I look at like some of the ACLU's work in the United States where they were proponents of free speech, and that now have kind of flipped that on its head a little bit now, saying that we need to censor people. But
Right.
you know, that was the same organization that was you know, standing up for white supremacists and saying, okay, these folks need to be heard, but they need to be rebuked. And I wholeheartedly agree that, you know, if we just push that conversation to the background, it disappears, and we don't have the ability to intelligently discuss that and also have counter arguments on both sides, because there, I think, may be values, as much as I wouldn't want to say that I would agree with a white supremacist, but there might be elements of their message that are true, elements of their message that are incorrect, or, you know, based in hate. And so I think having that discourse is certainly um, a critical thing for a free speech loving society. We can't exist unless we have that.
See, I agree with a whole whack of what you just said there, Rosario. But the one thing I'm going to get you to think about a bit is, all right, but what if your enemy's not playing by your rules?
Yeah,
okay, so we're saying no violent, we're saying no hate, we're saying all the good things. But what if your foe has a completely different rule book? And as we saw, if your foe is your government, they're going to name call you, segregate you, limit you, mandate you, and then eventually put a boot in you.
You can't expect your opponent to play by the same set of rules.
That's going to be the pushback from people from like Pastor. Like, look, we can be the passive, peaceful ones, but what do you do when there are boots in your back?
Yeah, and I agree. I think that there is times to shout loud and shout, you know, from the rooftops and get your message out, because, you know, and calls for action in that regard. But
well, how do you feel about just following our national anthem? And that is, we stand on guard for thee. So if you come and advance your line, we're going to stand on guard. Our anthem isn't, we're going to be passive and let you boot us.
Yeah.
Our anthem is that you come to us and you're going to have a problem.
Yeah. No, and I think that perhaps a good segment of our society has forgotten that, that we're here to, you know, make sure that every person and every member of our society is looked after. And that's our makeup. What makes us Canadian, is that we look after our neighbors and we want to have the best for our country. You know, one could argue that our government maybe not have that in mind right now, because
the current one,
yeah, whatever their interests are and whatever is driving their current agenda. But it certainly doesn't feel like it is our interests as a whole. At least that's my take.
Sure. And you are aware, like, one of the ways to win a battle is you disarm, you dismiss, and you diminish your enemy.
And those tactics are what they're using on us.
Yep. All three.
100%. Yep.
Yeah. So then the question from people like Pastor is, well, isn't it eye for eye? Like, we do have our set of passive, peaceful rules. We certainly do that. In fact, it's dictated in our charter that if we want to protest, it has to be peaceful. Right? So what do you do when your foe isn't? Like, you're right. If we can sit down at a table and negotiate and talk and all be peaceful, you're 100% right. If the government sat down and said, "Man, let's have a peaceful talk," we'll calmly tell you no. I'm with you 100%. But what happens when they don't do that? They're not using the pen; they're using the sword.
Yeah, that puts us in a really awkward situation. Like,
yeah.
You know, and
now, I think the rest of the pastor's message, though, was that would be our version of the our version of the EA. Last resort, nothing left. Okay, I think that's where he was going with that, because throughout history, whenever people got pushed to their last resort, that's what it looks like. Yeah. So that's like the people's version of the EA. But if you also listen to the rest of what he was saying, we have several steps first. We got a few things we can do first, and that's where I'm at too. I don't think we're at the stage where we need to call for all options, but I think we're at the stage where we need to execute all peaceful ones, every single one of them. So if that means running for office, if that means doing protests in the street, if that means calling on MPs till they're annoyed, if that means calling out your government and critiquing them, if that means creating podcasts, if that means writing to all your friends and moving from Ontario to Alberta, all peaceful options at this stage, I think, should be on the table and not even slow down on.
Yeah, no, and no need to enact the Magna Carta or anything like that. But it's maybe a little bit of perspective, and I think the whole pandemic certainly woke me up to politics as a whole. You know, I don't think I was more pedestrian in looking at politics. You know, I definitely have my own party that I would vote for on during elections, do my civic duty. But I think, you know, I think back to those times, and I looked at protesters and being as kind of an odd sort, and just not necessarily something that I could identify with as a working Canadian. I was just like, I don't understand why these people are protesting. Can't they just go back to their homes and just, you know, write a sternly worded letter to their MP or what have you? But and so I didn't identify with it. But now I think that because this pandemic has certainly raised a cause for me to want to champion, it's changed my mindset around understanding why people are protesting and you know, the need for protest. But where I'm going with that is that I think that I don't I believe that a large portion of our society looks at protesters, regardless of what they're protesting, with a dismissive view. I don't think that they are taken seriously. So I'm challenging you in that sense, because I think, yes, protest is a you know, a good way to raise some awareness, but I don't know that it raises the awareness that we were after if we are protesting an issue.
Well, that's where you look at people like James Bauer. So James Bauer was part of Bear Hug 1.0. And then when you listen to his testimony, it's like, that didn't work. So now we need to come back with more. And as long as you're doing I would say a fair, calculated, proportional increase on each attempt, then I think you're doing protesting fine, as long as it doesn't get too violent. And when I say too violent, I don't understand what violence means anymore. Okay, like we have so many definitions of violent. I don't even know what it means anymore. Like talking about somebody in a weird way could be violence now. So I want to be clear on when I'm talking about protesting violence. I'm talking about actual people trying to hurt the other person and cause physical damage. So like the criminal version of violence. But I think getting louder, I think being bigger, I think being longer, those are all legitimate things. But you're not wrong, because your original take on protesters was kind of the squeaky wheel, or the person that asked for the manager, and you were like, come on, just take your imperfect world and move on. Some of them are that way. Okay. And I would say maybe the younger, less idealistically mature would do that. Okay. The whiny, tied myself to a tree, I think I'll do something here, but they don't. But the other ones, like I would call the genuine charter protected protesters, they are usually ones who already wrote that letter that you think they should have done. They already did pick up the phone. They already did have a few people sign a petition and try and bring it forward. They're now moved on to the next stage. And it's a bit of a incremental steps that will have to happen. What I don't agree with, which I think you were also leaning towards, was when the protest is like initially meant to be a riot, like just straight up from 0 to 100. There was no like build up. They're just in there like a riot. And we saw that with other protest groups throughout the last couple of years, especially all over the States. And those protest groups, I don't agree with at all. Like to establish Chaz and to take over a few blocks, that's not what I would consider charter protected protesting. It's going to be somewhere in between the two. So that when you were, going through your understanding of what the purpose of protest is, from a third party voyeur wallflower type of perspective, I see where you're coming from. Because I actually had the same one growing up, younger. I didn't get into the joining all of my some of my classmates that were far more politically active for their beefs. I didn't join them because I thought they were more whiny.
Yeah.
I thought they were complaining. I thought, like, come on. Like, I think one of them was about safe space. I think safe space was something in my high school that somebody was pushing for. And my take on that was, well, safe space is everywhere. You're not in a bad place. However, just like you, I've matured and grown up a little bit and recognized that for some, they've exhausted all of those options already that we thought they should do. And this is the next step.
It is part of this, and I'm going to pose this question to you, that are we just more complacent as a society and maybe lazy, and we just want to be able to, have our Doritos and sit on the couch and watch Netflix and not think about anything in the world, and have make sure that we've got all our creature comforts, and as long as we've got that, nothing else really matters, and we don't need to buck the system.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. And I think that's by design. And that started in the 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a Marxist or something like that, liberalism or something like that. That idea that the government can and should and will take care of you and give you a life that you deserve of comfort and plenty, so you're not without, that's a myth. That absolutely can exist if you're an independent and strong community, but you don't need your government to do that. That's because you participate in a community that happens. But yeah, I call that the Sesame Street culture, because Sesame Street taught us how to love and care and be super kind to everybody, which is nice, but it also didn't teach you a heck of a lot of responsibility and stepping up to the plate and sacrifice and hard times. It didn't do that, right? And it also gave us attention deficit disorder, because Sesame Street was very small segments that kept switching on us. And it got us used to doing that. Shortest attention span. I'm not blaming it, directly. I think all of our problems really stemmed at home, and the inability for people to do their disciplining, because we had a bit of a culture where discipline wasn't a good thing. Teachers stopped disciplining at school, parents stopped disciplining at home, and then for a certain class, society stopped disciplining them in society. And those, I think, were major mistakes.
For sure. And I guess the follow-up to that is, how do we look to get our citizenry kind of re-engaged and wanting to care about these issues? Because, as mentioned, I was like very pedestrian and didn't really care anything because it didn't really care about anything because it didn't affect me directly. With the pandemic, it certainly has. But yeah, how do we get that engagement? How do we, is it just constant messaging? Is it just, beating that drum over and over and over again and trying to get, support from people, while at the same time making sure that, you're not labeled kind of this extreme fringe one way or the other. And that's, I think, seems to be the common go-to for any group that is organizing, is that, well, they've got members of this extreme white, hate group or whatever that is there. And that's what, we don't want to support that message. But somebody that comes along with with a sensical message, they'll look for any dirt that they can to knock it down. And it just, that's frustrating, I think, for me, and maybe for a lot of people out there.
Yeah, I think one of the viruses, if you want to talk about it for a social virus, is the idea that cancel culture is a thing, because you can be punished for things for so long ago, and just on a whim, no due process, becomes a problem. What was the second part of your question there? Because I actually think you answered your question with the second part.
Well, around how do we get, kind of the citizenry engaged and, rallying behind causes.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's right. So, well, how come you're on here with me? What were the steps that got? Well, that's kind of, I think, the answer is like, how did you go from passive? You didn't like not say didn't like protesters. You didn't fully understand the purpose of why they would protest, all the way to joining me on a stream where this entire stream is about critiquing the government, watching an inquiry, and fighting hard against our current government. So, what brought you here? And then I'll tell you what brought me here. Well, I think that's the answer to your question.
Absolutely. I don't want to necessarily go through the whole breakdown.
Sure, just to Paul's notes or the.
Yeah, But
The brief ones.
you know, I when this all came about in March 2020, I saw something was off. It didn't feel right to me, and I was just like, the next thing that's going to happen is that they're going to have a miracle shot for this, and that's going to be the cure, and they're going to force it on people. And I was like, no, body autonomy is certainly something that I will not. That's the hill I'll die on, for lack of a better term. I hate throwing that term out there a lot because everybody's using it these days. But
Yeah, I did tweet yesterday on that too.
Yeah, that's really where, you know, my morals, my objectives come up, and it's not. I think I'm a little bit different because it's not, you know, from. I think it's from an ethics standpoint, but I also think that it's more from a scientific standpoint, and saying that I don't understand what this is. Nobody can understand what this is because it hasn't been tested far enough. And you know, that, you know, I'll wait and see. I mean, if 5 years down the road and everything looks tickety boo with this, you know, shot that is out there, then by all means, you know, maybe I'll consider it. But I don't want to have to. I don't want to be told by my government to take something that I don't feel that I am not risk stratified for.
Do you believe in the Easter Bunny?
No.
Okay. I didn't want to burst your bubble. Okay. What I'm getting at is we all had our moment when the Easter Bunny was not real anymore.
Yeah.
For some of us, it was 6. Some of us, it was 4. Some of us, it was 40. Some of us, it was 14. We all had our moment. That's the answer to your question. Lots of moments are going to happen. So your moment was around information and you knew better. Stunt's moment was when he physically went there to go look for the flags and couldn't find them. Other people's moments going to be when their aunt and the uncle and the other one who are all vaxxed got sick. Everybody's going to have their moment. And all we're going to be doing for the next 10 years is everybody's going to find their moment. And there's no going back. So for you, you can't unthink that the government won't lie to you. Once you've realized it and once you've seen it, you can't undo that. And I think that's what we got to wait for. And this is why these are important, Osario. This is why we have to do these streams. This is why we have to keep doing whatever we can to connect with 29 people here today, to do that. Because the more of us that do that, the more people will hear it and they'll have their moment. So Stunt had his moment, but because he recorded it and he showed it, many people had more moments now. They had their moment watching his moment. It's going to be nothing but a whole bunch of clusters of moments as people start snapping out and realizing it.
100%.
Yeah.
Wish everybody could have their moment relatively quickly, though, too.
Yeah, I wish you could just take a shot and get it, right?
That's the magic answer for everything, right?
Yeah, or just drop the EA and tell everybody, because the current... Because remember, one of the excuses for the EA was a communications problem. They use the EA to make it very clear you can't be here. So maybe we need an EA of truth. Boom, truth is out there.
Ronald Reagan's quote. I was just saying, going back to your point about government, Ronald Reagan's quote about, you know, one of the biggest lies you'll hear is that I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Was one of his ones, and I believe that more and more as days go on. So less government for me is a better intrusion into our life, I think.
Yeah, and I agree with that too, and I do, and I also see the irony of running as well for government, actually making it a mission of mine to be that person that actually wants to say that to you. And I know where my roots are, and I actually would mean it, but I also understand government work comes with a stink. It's like being a lawyer or a used car salesman. It just comes with a stink, even if you're one of the good ones. I've met several good used car salesmen. Okay. They do exist. But yeah, that's kind of irony is here I am critiquing government, but I'm working just as hard to become government, not because I want to control people, but because we need new government. This is the main purpose for my drive. And I promised you that I was going to answer the question for you as well. Like, what was my moment? And my moment happened during so I don't know if you know who he is, but he was a streamer for YouTube, and he's a young kid. His name was Zot. I don't know what his real name is anymore, but he was going around streaming. And he started his day off by trying to get downtown because this was when they were really kicking boots. And he came up to a police checkpoint. And on one side of the road, there was an officer there that says, you can't come this way. And he said, okay. So he crossed the street and he tried to come the other way. So he obeyed. He didn't go the way they said he couldn't go. He went a different way. He started to walk. And he walked up to another police officer who was standing there and tried to walk by. And he said, no, you can't come this way. And then he said something along the lines like, you need to go somewhere else. You need to do this something else. And was letting him go. Like he was free to leave. Yeah. And then you saw another police officer who can't run in snow, stumbled his way quickly over
Came running up to him. Yeah.
Yeah. And says, you're under arrest. You're under arrest. That was my moment because I watched that live. And everything that Zot was doing up to that moment was legal. Even the stuff he was doing before. That I was watching it as a legal mind. He did nothing illegal. And it just shocked me. That was my moment. I said, okay, enough of this. Okay. I understand that they are not happy with the protesters. I understand that they want to keep the mandates in place. I get that. But you just arrested a kid innocently.
Yeah.
They're completely innocent.
Yeah. No, I remember seeing that video. And it was confusion. Like, and just, I think they asked him his name too. Are you Zot or something like that?
Yeah, I can't remember that part, but he came running out of that car on a mission.
Yep.
On a mission. And it might have been he saw the feed. He's like, oh, that's me on there. No, gosh, he just got me. And maybe, I don't know. But he came out of that car on a mission. Whether he received an order or he made a decision, that officer was there to arrest Zot, a peaceful person on a sidewalk. That's
100%.
Yeah, and that's like, oh. And then it got worse and worse and worse after that. That's when we started seeing people like Chris Deering get the vet get injured. We saw the stuff at the shed as they were taking down the shed, live at the shed. We saw another guy getting beat right on live video. It just got worse and worse and worse and worse after that point. And then the prime minister standing there saying, I'm not giving you an apology. And if you don't like what I did, run against me. That was basically his message in French on the 21st of February. And then that's when I decided to run. So I was mad because of what happened with Zot. I was paying close attention to what was going on. And then when he came out and said, if you don't like what I did, run against me, I said, okay. And here I am.
Well, my hope for you, Jason, is that you hold on to your values and stick true to your mission. I think that so many politicians enter politics with good intentions and somehow get corrupted by that system. And I don't, well, it's money and power. I think that is ultimately what corrupts it. By all means, please stay true to that.
Sure. And I promise I will, Azario, but I also think one of the, not so much money and power is the corruption. They buy into the system. So when you become an MP or a candidate, they teach you how the system works and you buy into it thinking it's the right way to do it. Yeah. And that's kind of also how they indoctrinate even MPs. Here's how we do it. Here's how we do the committees. Here's the process we go through. And they buy into it as that's a good way. Okay, I see that. But an independent mind, it's not so easy to convince. 100%. We're way too skeptical, and we just don't trust you off the get-go. We need to be persuaded. Then that's why it didn't work for me. The PPC is lovely people. We're working hard. They're doing some things. Max is a good talker. He's got some, people behind him, but they couldn't convince me to join them under their model. When they exposed their model to me, I had too many questions and too many problems with it. That's what makes me incompatible with being a party member.
Yeah, I think their brand is a little sullied as well. I think they've been really labeled that far right extremist.
You go on Wikipedia and they can't get that label off. It's
that's not going away anytime soon. So
no, and that's not fair because they're not.
No, they're definitely not that. So
without getting into details, the person that brought me into the party is certainly somebody you would consider more left because of their personal lifestyle. No, that's a welcoming party. The PPC is a welcoming party.
Yeah.
And they have to be. Right.
Yeah, for sure.
But it looks like we're minutes away, Azario.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm going to jump off here. Good chat today. Definitely we'll have to do this again sometime. So,
well, hopefully we're not doing it for the same reason. It's a super long chat because somebody had an issue.
Because somebody passed out. Yeah. No.
Yeah. But
Definitely.
we'll roll with it. This is what we are. We're fighters, right?
Absolutely.
So, Azario, thank you for your time. You
No
take
problem.
care, bud.
Thanks, Jason. Take care. Bye.
Thanks. You guys like that? This is the kind of chat we got. They'll jump on and spend 40 minutes with me. Thank you for that, Azario. I really appreciate it, and I'd like talking to you. And so I'm supposed to be out in Ontario soon, so maybe we'll hook up Azario. All right, so we got rumor via tweet that we should be going live in 2 minutes. So let's get that ready. There we go. Stream's still up. Yep, still taken away. So what do you guys think about that? Do you think we're off left field? We kind of talked about some stuff you can relate to. Oh, wow, so many chats. Okay, I really apologize because I'm sure I'm going to miss a bunch of your chats here. I'm going to be eating right after this, and then I'll be starring some of this. So I know you have some great ones. If I don't talk about it later, it's only because you guys are so great and there's so many. Here we go. I thought the POEC video showed a lot of people into understanding more. They really wanted to play it. Yeah, play the whole thing. If you haven't seen the whole thing, go see the whole thing. And the fact that he didn't create a crowd that pitchforked anybody means that wasn't his intent, because he would have failed then. He was there to inspire, there to remind, there to talk about history, there to pull the wool off of some eyes. Some of it was harsh and hard to hear, but it doesn't mean it's not true. Some of the worst things that have happened in history are hard to hear, but it doesn't mean we should be ignoring it. Trying to twist it. You got it, Dave. You got it, Dave. Field hospital probably just. Oh, okay. I think I'm a bit behind here. Because yeah. What do we got here? Guns, eh? Sorry. Oh, there's some new people here. This has some old overblown Ruby Ridge vibes. Okay. I don't know who you are. Barnworks Garage, but nice to have you here. Perry, what did you miss? Depends when you come in, but if you missed the lawyer, I think you're all caught up. Sounds like he's fine, and we're about to get stopping again. Yeah, there you go. Railroaded. Let you know. Dropped. Yay, Juice, welcome. I know who you are now. You have a wonderful, wonderful spouse. Railroaded, Ruby vibes. Ruby Ridge, yeah, it's from the war. Oh, video. Here, let's do this, and we'll see some video. Okay, so I'm going to get ready with the new witness, because we've been told them probably changing witnesses. So no. It looks like it'll be Ian Freeman. Traffic. Ministry of Traffic. So let me just get this queued up. Right, it's not the mixed martial artist. It's going to be the transportation, Ministry of Transportation. So Marco, we'll be coming back to you. Sorry, I got to do a banner and copy text, and I'll get there in a second here for you folks. Okay, Ian. Nice to meet you, Ontario Ministry of Transportation. Okay, we're running a little bit late. Oh, I think I see the lawyer himself. Isn't that him walking back there? That was the lawyer that passed out. So he's walking out and about. Okay, I hope so. If it was him, that's great news. Okay, we got some audio. Okay. Libs kissing Union Button Calgary as we live and die. Thank you, Azario and Jay. I was repotting things while you guys were chatting. I'm glad, Railroad. I'm also glad the chat was good. Peace on Earth, you loved it. Cool. Thank you, Azario, for sure, babe. Bev, thank you very much, Azario. That was cool. Sounds like it was a small business and close friend, if I remember correctly. Saw that. I'm going in reverse, so I might be reversing your conversations here. I'm just trying to find some stuff to throw on the screen while we're waiting a little bit here. You watched Zod Prairie? Yeah. Did you watch was it live when you saw his arrest? One thing I found weird about that one, Prairie, was how quickly the feed ended. It's like the police officer grabbed his phone and quickly pushed the stop stream button or something, because just how quickly his stream actually ended. I half expected to be in the snow for a while or something like that. But he came out, grabbed the phone, and the stream stopped. Okay, well, here we go. Commissioner's back.
Order allowed.
All right. Excuse me. Well, that was boring, wasn't it? MTO taking pictures of truckers being used for laying charges. Tow trucks. A lot more tow trucks again. Coordination. Are we getting decentralization again? You guys were surprised to find that insurance is under finance? What do you think it was? Under MTO? But what about like home insurance, life insurance, all the other? It's a financial product. That's why it would be under finance. It's a financial product. So regulated and watched by Ministry of Finance. Used by everybody in various ways, but the financial product, the regulation, in order to make sure that insurance company have enough money to cover stuff, it's a finance thing. Hold on, let me just kill this for now. All right, I love this chat. I think you're all onto something. Yeah, Peace on Earth, welcome. You were following a whole bunch of stuff that was going on before this message, and you're in the right spot if you're looking for honest opinion. And I'm not going to say completely unbiased, because we definitely have a leaning towards freedom. But if you're looking for a different opinion than mainstream, you're in the right spot. And welcome, Peace on Earth. I think I've seen you a couple times. Freeland can see the cracks in... Oh, this is a good one, Dave. Freeland can see the cracks that Trudeau will be gone soon, positioning herself for his job. All the WAF will vote for her just to keep control. You get the memos there, Dave? I think he did not succeed. I think that the convoy protest didn't go the way they maybe wanted or planned or whatever. But I get the same impression. I think Freeland is next in line, and I think we may see her. What I think, though, Dave, is she won't be elected. Canada won't elect Freeland. They do not like her, okay? Canada does not like her. But she can become PM if he steps down. So there's another comment here about maybe he'll be a backbencher. No chance. JT isn't an MP. Okay, he's not an MP. He's a PM because that's what he was bred for. He's not an MP, so there's no stepping down from PM and becoming a backbencher for him. He'll just leave. That would be what he does. He'll just resign. And he'll resign for the better of Canada, to bring some unity. He's a distraction, the typical PR, Navigator Inc. type of spin. It'll be for the people. Same thing slowly said. We were expecting that when they talk about resigning. I don't want to be a distraction. It's to bring unity and healing. That could happen. But again, Freeland, that's who we get next. Canada doesn't like Freeland. So she can't be elected in. So she's going to be PM. It'll be backdoored. JT will resign before he steps down to another position. So that's how we would see that happen if it happens. But I'm with you, Dave. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. At this stage, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened at all, because he does seem to be stumbling a bit now. And I really think his testimony, if we do see him show up, is going to be around how he was fed information and he was working on the information. He's going to say things like, it's not my job to walk in the street and go shake hands and talk to people, or something along those lines. Like, I can't just do that. I have to get it through sources or official sources. Truth is, PM, you could have walked in there. You could have had a hot dog. They would have fed you. They would have let you jump in the bouncy castle if you really wanted to. So the truth is, you could have done stuff like that. But that's what we're going to hear from him. And depending on how well it's covered and how well Canada responds, and possibly they're hanging him out to dry too. Because if he comes off really bad, that would be a way to get him to step down, and then Freeland for the last couple of years, something like that. But I don't think they would call it an election, because I don't think the Liberals would win one now. I think we're back into the cycle where we're going to be into conservative for a term or two, and then maybe, but I don't know. Freeland might be next, Dave. I think you're smelling it too. You think there's cracks, and you think it's very global because you think WEF, and I'm not going to say you're wrong. Ninja, Dave. Oh, wow. Can you imagine? Insta tailspin. The crash would be spectacular. Boy, you're hitting a bunch of words that I gravitate to there, Ninja. Tailspin. Yeah, those are deadly. For you to, that's a real thing. Your tail is not effective anymore. It can't do anything. It can't elevate. It can't do anything. You'll end up spinning and you're done. Happens. The lower you are, the more deadly it becomes. But would it, like, here's the thing. I don't think Canada, oh, shoot, I want to be careful with this. I don't want to be one of those that didn't age well. I don't think Canada's on the brink of anything on a collapse, Ninja. I think that's just as phony as the narratives that we're seeing unfold here. I think the narrative that Canada, the US, the globe, the whole thing is on a brink, I think that's just as true as what we're seeing here with this narrative falling apart. Because, well, it's just too convenient. Are we already at this brink? We got dissolution, people. Is that the next step? I don't think we're there. I think we're kind of being painted a picture, even on this stage, Ninja, that I don't think we're there. I think we're actually quite strong. I think we're quite resilient. I think Canada can do it. I don't think we're at a brink. But I can see how you can get there quickly with looking at the world right now and what we're doing. I can see how you can be there. I'm just not there. Maybe I'm naive and a step or two behind, but I don't think we're at the brink. So even if Freeland got in and Trudeau stepped down, I think we would make it to 2025. We would have an election. It would be a stronger parliament, and then we'll get out of this direction towards a 2030, you'll be happy with nothing thing. And we'll just get to 2030. Welcome to the new year. Okay. 2031 is going to be a great year because whenever we get past the doomsday thing, 2012, whatever, whenever we get past the doomsday thing, the very next year, we always do quite well because people are past it all. So 2031 will be a great year. We'll enjoy it. We'll just wait for the next face of the person that's trying to control us. But we'll get there. 2031 is coming. I think this narrative is falling apart, Dave and Ninja. And if you pay real close attention and read their book, it isn't going well. They really expected us to be a lot more docile and beggy. They really wanted us to beg them for the system. It's not happening. We're not liking it. I think they overreached way too much too fast. They got greedy. Other than that, you know, they had some good moves to try and control a whole whack of countries. Look into the Global Fund. It's a big fund. Hey, Clay, given how she tours the country for her foreign relations gig, foreign relations gets her to she tours foreign, but she goes to other countries, sure. I could totally see Jolly getting around the globe to deal with national issues. She wasn't welcome in Alberta. I don't know if I would have done the same thing, but I'm glad she heard the frustration of Alberta when she showed up there. Isn't she from Alberta? Did I hear that right? That Freeland's actually from Alberta? Let me just check that quickly. Hope this doesn't put me on a list searching for her info. Freeland birthplace. Yeah. Peace River, Alberta. All right. Peace River, Alberta. Freeland's from there. Thought I heard that. And here we go, Dave. I don't think he'll get to the backbenches. I think he'll just be gone. It's as simple as that. He'll say, for the unity of Canada, this is a distraction. It's all bogus. It's all silly. But for the unity of Canada, I'll move on. He'll be that way. He won't step down because he's not an MP. He didn't come in as an MP for real. He didn't care about his community and try and run or anything like that. He was the PM. He was brought in to be the next leader. So he won't be going back to the job of an MP. It's not for him. Wow. So do we bribe them or just punish them? Yeah, for the tow trucks, right? Peace on Earth. Are we going to pay them or punish them? That's also what they use the EA for, right? Because I'm sure they could have paid and U.S. was offering operators money, could have gotten enough tow trucks there to do the job. It wasn't about moving people with tow trucks, so peace. It wasn't at all. Okay. It was about using force on the people. They just went for punishment and don't tow, and we will eventually put you off the road with fines. Yeah, fines, going after a whole whack of things, pulling over all the time. You know, there's cameras everywhere, as you just saw. So of course, life could get a little bit more difficult. You don't get the contracts from the government anymore. Maybe you used to do the 400 series highway, all that. Sure. And it's funny how the government is telling the commission all about the threats to business by protesters to tow trucks. Yet here they are demonstrating threat to business by government to tow trucks, and they're bringing it forward as evidence of why they had to add more rules and more laws and the EA eventually. What is the definition of hypocrite? Has that changed too? I didn't get the memo. I wonder how the truckers are on the list getting pulled over for non-existing problems, fined, and run out of business. Yeah, they could be. I do like to think, Dave, that most of the government won't do that. So the officers themselves won't be actively targeting anything like that. Because I do believe that most people, even officers, know what's right and wrong, know the charter, and they do respect it. You're going to get some that won't, and you'll get some that will just follow orders. That's true. But I don't think to the point of running out of business. But again, I'm trying to be as optimistic on this as I can. How they're going to penalize truckers and tow truck truckers that didn't cooperate. I really like to think that the people that actually do the jobs aren't that connected to like the agenda or the motives, and they won't do that. It's not what they do. But I could also be wrong. In a piece on the Ontario 400 series highways, police decide who gets to tow jobs. Yeah, we saw that on that like heavy tow truck show that was on Discovery for Toronto. Like there's a West Coast one for dangerous highways or something like that. But Toronto had one as well. And yeah, you saw that. They have a list and they rotate. They kind of call in and rotate between certain ones. And I guarantee you, if you're rumbling with MTO or anything like that, as we heard, like points and demerits were things they were using to filter, then yeah, you could be excluded. There's all types of social credit, right? Social credit scoring. We don't fully have it, but this is kind of like it. You get penalized with points, and we're not going to be calling you in to deal with stuff, or you don't help us out, and we're going to put you off the let's call list. We already have a lot of the social credit stuff in. Sorry to get back late. Hey, Terry. Missed from the restart. Any quick update? Laura, okay. Yeah, I believe Railroad took care of you here. Yeah, Railroad found tweets and kept us informed and was bang on. So great job, Railroad. Yeah, Dave. Yeah, I didn't like that part either. Because you get points just for missing a sign, or you thought it was a complete stop, but they didn't see a complete stop. Like I did a lot of traffic, a lot of stop sign stuff too. And you get points for lots of things that are just a small mistake. So why should a small mistake like that follow you? It's not meant to be. That's why it's a fine. It's not meant to be a record thing. They do these points because if you're repeat or over, like aggressively, sure, but it's until proven guilty and we're allowed minor mistakes. Come on, Dave, you say it. And they were told not to engage. Okay, wait, hold on. This was a setup from the start to finish. Who are they told not to engage? Not to engage the tow trucks. I know they were filtering and stuff like that, but I think I missed a chunk there. But I think what you're getting at, Dave, was they weren't cooperating with as much of the tow truck drivers as they could have, in order to cause the tow truck deficiency problem itself. Kind of like vaccinating or forcing a vaccine February 1st when there's a protest in your city on the OPS, causing 20 or 10% of the workforce to not be able to come back. You know, kind of creating the problem and then pointing to the problem. Yeah, Dave, you're awesome. Peace on earth. Shameful that people need to be told that you are innocent until proven guilty. You were smelling this at the same time, Peace. Because, yeah, that's what they're saying. You know, like, you're guilty for points and pictures. Let's take pictures of everybody. Let's get camera shots. Let's use them for prosecutions. It's invasion. We don't want a government that does that, and neither does the government. The government themselves, as a human being, as the citizen, they don't want it either. They're just in a position to be going along with their power. They kind of miss what it's like. And like we saw with the mayor, he totally forgot what it was like to be an Albertan. And even though he saw it all around him, he remembered, but he didn't act like it anymore. Power may do that. Comfort may do that. Oh, yeah, the little hiccup with the stream. Okay, so on my end, I was looking at the timer thing. The timer stopped, which is usually a bad sign for me. That means I have to redo the window and redo everything. So that's why I'm looking at that. And then it went back at the spot it left. So it's kind of like a pause. Then it came back, and then it jumped. Could have been the stream buffer full somewhere along the line. It just is how TCP/IP works. But it also could have been just implementing a delay, a live button delay, a 10-second, 5-second delay, so they don't broadcast anything like that again. Could be. And I'm surprised they didn't have one, to be honest with you. I got some audio in my ears. Maybe don't see. I'm surprised they didn't have one. So we did actually get that video. Typically, that would have been cut off. We wouldn't have seen it. 10-second delay would have handled that. That was the stream. Yeah, I was just letting you know. Again, in the corner, if I'm moving, it's not Elon interrupting or anything like that. The stream had the hiccup. I think a chain of command is a recurring theme. There you go, Peace. Yep, we're hearing that a lot. Chain of command, and eventually they're going to want central command so that everybody can be disseminated the information, same message. We've even heard that before. We need a unified messaging to the public. The problem with all that is you better be right 100% every time, all the time, if you're going to do that. Otherwise, you're ignoring all the people who are right. And what we saw was OPP got ignored, and they were right in this. So already we have evidence that even small macro or micro versions of the central command can cause you problems because you don't know who to believe. So Peace, you're catching that. And that's been a theme since I think it was Paul Champ was the first one starting to mention that when he wanted a trigger in the Police Services Act for the local police services to be taken over by another body like OPP. And that came, I think, on day 2 even. Day 2 or 3, he was first chiming in about that. And then from then, it's been like a constant stream of almost every witness saying we need something like that. It was slowly OPP and now MPO. See, yeah, you saw the path. Yeah. Oh, you're in my ear. Oh, here we go.
Order allowed.
Enjoy the next one. Should be about 2 hours. We'll talk soon. Oh, this is another one of those mentally tiring days for me. I don't like listening to authoritative conversation, dictatorships, tyrannical wording. I don't like listening to any of that. It's so boring. And at the end there, that's all we heard from the commissioner there. Why can't Ontario enforce its rules on out-of-province people? Why can't we enforce it on other provinces? You forget there's also American drivers that come up there, Commissioner. Do you want to start enforcing on Americans too? Like what he was saying there. What he was saying there was the corporate portion of the truckers' business. Their license to be commercial. He wanted to try and cancel that, like without process. That's all they were speaking about. That one government lawyer. They were talking about how unfortunate it was going to take time to do due process. Innocent until proven guilty. How that gets in the way. How that process takes too much time. They just want to say you're guilty. And then here's your punishment. And judge, jury, juror, prosecutor, executioner, all in one. That is dictatorship talk. That is tyrannical talk. That is... I don't like listening to that. Centralized database for driving, on a surface, maybe it sounds fine, but look how they would have abused it on this. They would have abused it. They totally would abuse it. They wanted to abuse it. They're looking for ways to abuse it. And you know who they're talking about here. 50% of them had Alberta plates, right? That's who they're talking about. They're talking about us. They're talking about us with those red and white plates, or orange, or whatever the color is. They're talking about us. We couldn't punish them in our property because they didn't do enough in our point system, and we can't, and blah, blah, it takes 6 months, and blah, blah. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. You're insane. I think it's official now. We're now watching the public order emergency insanity. That's what this is. International Bridges and Tunnels Act. We'll get to that in a second. Slowly OPP now. Okay, that was the end of another one. Sorry about that piece. Yeah, you kind of just got left in there. Show another faint. Oh, we're talking about the delay, so we can just let that go. Okay. Yeah, so at one point, this witness was asked, are you aware of any other laws except EA to clear a blockade? I'm not aware. I want to highlight that he works in corporate services. So if you've never worked in government, I have. Corporate services is the administration department. So that's where you'll find payroll. That's where you'll find a secretary. That's where you'll find PR, media. You'll find all the administrative stuff. Under that, or kind of parallel to that, is the departments themselves. So, for example, United Counties SD&G, there's a roads, there was library, there was GIS, there was maintenance, there was snow. There was a lot of little departments that were underneath or parallel to corporate services, where the directors would all go meet with the CAO. This guy wasn't the CAO. So he wasn't the minister, of course, or the deputy minister. In fact, when the government of Canada referred to the deputy minister, referred to her as if it was a subordinate to him, because in his mind, he should be talking to like the top person there. But as he quickly corrected, like, no, that's my boss. So there's a minister, deputy minister, and then this guy's involved. But he's not the CAO. He's in corporate services. So he could have been like PR. He could have been public relations. It's also why he didn't know enough. He didn't know enough. There's stuff that he didn't know. And he would have if it was a minister, deputy minister of Ministry of Transportation. So just wanted to highlight there that we kind of had the wrong person here. Why are they just offering up like number 4, number 5 in command when you really need number 1 or 2? Inspector, you didn't like that either. Blitz outside of convoy activity sounded like there's 2 things here, Clay. That one, so the check your papers, let's bother you. And did you see how they wanted, at least the government was trying to say MTO should have used the way stations as a way to irritate and frustrate and slow down the truckers? But the MTO didn't do it. But Quebec did something similar. We heard all of that testimony. You know what they're doing there? They're being bullies and harassing. Just that's what they're asking them to do because, well, this is a service. The way stations are there. And at worst, what it would do would be to slow them down a bit, forcing them to go to every way station along the way so they're not breaking the law. Or if they pass it, then go pull them over, say you broke the law. And what are they doing? Are they going to find broken equipment, which is what the inspection stations are for? Are they going to find overweight equipment? Well, if you went from the first way station and you passed it, unless you picked up a load and started overloading yourself, that weight's not really changing other than your diesel, but that weight is not changing. And then what's the inspection? Do you really need to inspect all trucks again over and over and over again? No, they were trying to be bullies. They wanted the government to use government resources, assets, services to harass law-abiding Canadians. They're saying that. There's a certain level when you get into your mind where you don't even realize that you are sounding like a dictator right now, because that is how you see the world. Why can't we just take away their license to be a commercial truck? Why do we have to go through this pesky thing called due process? Because sometimes you're wrong and people have the right to defend themselves, and you're talking about taking away livelihood, which will then take away, the ability to provide for themselves and families and employees. And dude, yeah, your dictatorship is very weird. And maybe you should see how it would look on you. Maybe we should have the mechanism to revoke licenses from lawyers the moment one provable lie is mentioned out of their mouth. How about that? The moment that there's one lie and we can prove it definitively, license is gone like that. No due process. Think about it, lawyers. You're asking for things you wouldn't want. Sorry, it bothers me that they want to be dictators. I guess a few of them admire China like JT did. Remember that one quote? He admires China because they can turn things around through dictatorship. This guy is giving a good demonstration of how big the overreach was, isn't he? He's not only talking about overreach, he's talking about abuse of federal and provincial and systems and processes, and all the more reason not to give them more federal power. They're bragging about not being able to abuse the ones that they can't abuse. And they're taking shots at this guy for not abusing his power. Whoa. This is happening in real time right before our eyes. Photos of drivers. Yeah, they're abusing that too. Taking photos of drivers for later charges. No warrants or anything. You're right, Prairie. And later on, you understand that under the Emergency Act, there's no appeal process too. Now, do know appeal process does imply that you still had your first process. You just can't appeal it. But in either case, still no appeal process. I don't like when the government removes any piece of our due process. Appeals at all. Yep. Bail is one of them too there, Jeremy. I don't like when they remove parts of our due process for whatever reason. And that was for Jeremy Diaglong, right? You're still being held without bail. Gosh, Mackenzie, man, I'm sorry, bud. All I can say to that one is I don't know the whole story, so maybe there's a completely justifiable reason for it. But the timing and everything we do know about it just doesn't fit. Born in Peace River, but they tore the building down. This is for Freeland. So we did look it up. She was born in Peace River, Alberta. But she's not a very rooted Albertan anymore. She doesn't care about where she came from. And Eleanor, joke or not, I think that's hilarious. So if they actually did tear down her house, whatever, I'm sure it wasn't because it was her, but if her house is gone, I kind of find it a little bit funny. Apino. But don't expect him to resign to that back. Not a chance, Clay. You see what I see. He's a PM, not an MP. Not a chance. He didn't come up through the ranks or anything like that. He went through the Young Global Leaders Program. That's how he got into it. Unlike other MPs who do it for other reasons, he just kind of floated past that step, didn't he? And there's no chance he's going to go back to it because he's not an MP. Never was. I think if they have not done that last 2 years or more, we would have not seen this coming. Holy, I'm just butchering that, Dave. I think if they had not done the last 2 years or more, we would have not seen the coming. They outed themselves, and now the world is awake to what they are trying to do. Whew, that took some work. All right, Dave. Yeah. Yeah, the last 2 years have really exposed them, and there's a whole whack of people now that have exposed themselves. Anybody that called out for not even allowing vax people to go to the hospital, calling out vax people to be taxed, calling out vax people to be segregated, everyone, all of them that ever said anything like that, you're outed. You're outed. Dave saw you. He's taking notes. We're not going to attack you, but boy, won't we ever wonder how we'll have a conversation with you. Critical race theory is something you're teaching. Civility should be something we start teaching again. You've kind of forgot your civil duties, guys and gals and other. I agree, Dave. They moved too fast. Nice to see you. What you don't know is staggering. Independent agree 100%. Okay, so here, Ninja, let's talk about this. 110%. So whenever somebody comes and says, hey, I totally like this, expect a however or a but. It's going to come. Respectfully disagree on path forward. Yeah, look, I have a little bit of naivety in me still, Ninja. Goose. whatever your name is tomorrow. I still think, because I still think our system can work. It's just got some bad apples in it, and we can tweak a couple of things, but I still believe the system will work. I do believe I can get voted in. I do believe a few of us can make change. We don't need a whole whack of us, but enough of us that could be loud and proud can do it. But let me be in that little bubble for a bit longer there, Goose, because there's a couple indicators I'm waiting for to see if it's true, that's still good. Peckford, his case has got to work its way through. There's a couple other matters before the courts, federal. I still have faith. And C11, I want to see what the Senate's doing on that one. Oh, boy, buddy. But it's so easy to jump into the cynical side. It's so easy because it's just so many signs. Everything looks, all arrows are leading there, right? We should play our own game, which is local communities. Okay, here's where I totally agree. I'm a homesteader, right? I totally agree. Grassroots again. We got to be grassroots again. We don't need government. Look, and I think you know this, Goose. In order for a mandate to actually happen, you need voluntary cooperation. Right? Mandate's not a law. You can't get locked up for it. You need voluntary cooperation, and we had a lot of that. Donald Best has this tagline: compliance is the enemy, or something like that. That's so true. Just the simple fact of us complying with whatever we're told, even though it's not legal and we don't agree with it, is a major part of this problem, for sure. And I think that was part of the breeding of us over the last few generations to be more passive and more compliant. In fact, they use that as one of the indicators on social credit score, your level of compliance. So it's definitely a well-known thing, and humans can be controlled that way. But I agree with Ninja here, Goose, or Willett. Is that French for goose? Grassroots, 100% grassroots. We don't need government as much as they tell us we need them. Outside forces, rogue states, yes. Federal government, army, borders, protect us. That's about it. That's about it. It's going to be very hard to convince me we need a whole lot more than that. But yeah, I would love that, Goose. And that's why I'm a homesteader, right? This is why I have to run up for the generator, because I don't have a hydropower. It's why we got to clean off the solar panels, because that's our access to it. But still, we wouldn't change it for the world. Goose, I love your little ASCII guys. You are very good at that, Goose. Wherever you're getting them from, ASCII art's really neat. Railroaded. BBS days, we did a lot of that. I totally agree, Goose, on getting back to communities. Agree too. Yeah, Clay. Rebuild from the bottom up. I don't know if everything needs to be rebuilt. But we need to definitely look back at ourselves instead of looking for others to take care of us. Starting at the top creates a vacuum. You're right. As soon as you remove leadership or do anything like that, you saw that in Afghanistan. You see that everywhere. A vacuum will create. For those fools to creep back up. Kind of how they were saying about the truckers, right? Once we move the truck, another one would move in, and they're all worried about replacement and all that kind of stuff. Well, that happens in a vacuum. And you're right, Clay. And Dave, they had an email not to engage with enforcement. Yeah, like they're not doing all the steps that they can. They're not using all the laws that they can. They're not doing what they can. They quite literally just needed to go get the minister to say, all right, clear that bridge, and then it would have been done. We'll get to that. Okay, we'll get to that. Thank you, Brendan, for bringing that back up. And by the way, Brendan, that's exactly what I want you to do. Every single time. That's exactly what I want you to do. I want you to go up there and get the witness to point to a law, to agree that it was available, to say the EA was helpful but not necessary, to say that there was no coup attempt or anything along those lines. Just keep doing that, Brendan. Worth every penny. And what would you have done, Mr. Gov? You wanted to abuse. There we go. We talked about this. He was sitting there literally asking him, why didn't you abuse innocent truck drivers with the systems that we've given you? And the answer was very good out of the MTO guy, because that would discredit the system. Of course, you're misusing it. You're abusing it. And why was this such a confusing answer? Whoa, these people, their mindset, man. Too much power. There you go. Prairie, there you go. I feel the same way. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Simple as that. And for them to think you should have done illegal things too and ruin your reputation because we wanted you to, or we think you should have. I'm glad there's still people around there that will say no. Okay. And it does look like MTO did say no to this kind of request. And OPP did something too, right? They said no to OPS on a few things. So it's good to see some of that still there. Because could you imagine if even MTO and OPP just said yes to everything that was being asked for, even if they didn't think it was right? Keep in mind, our Army said no. Imagine they didn't. Okay, so I'm glad that there's still parts of our system, okay? I still may be naive, but this is kind of why. Because I see little glimmers of hope like this, where certain groups are standing up and saying no when they're supposed to. Not all of them are, but some are. That's why I still have a glimmer of hope. Hey, Dave. No, this isn't very good, but one thing for sure, forever watching as they are showing how much control they have. Not good for us, but it shows how much of an overreach they have. You see it, Dave, completely. And this is all I keep talking about. Why didn't you overreach? Well, I was going to overreach, but I didn't overreach far enough. And sometimes I don't want to overreach, and sometimes overreach looks bad. Well, you could always overreach. Quebec overreaches. Why don't you overreach? Imagine we made them say those words instead of all the different ones they're using. It would sound ridiculous, but then maybe it would hit home. Not good for us at all. Prairie, yeah, this is the kind of stuff that bothers me when they talk like that. When they talk like that. Like, you didn't hear him once say to MTO. So, do you think you could have put up signs and then helped them go the right ways, and let's give them routes around, and let's help them not congest? And did you come up with plans as an MTO to help move the protesters to different areas and stuff like that? You didn't hear anything about cooperating with protesters. All you heard about was hitting them with sticks. Hit him with sticks. What stick did you not hit him with is all we heard about. It's so funny, insane. Like, it's crazy. Am I the only one seeing that? I don't think so. I think if they had canceled insurance, it would have had a bigger problem than they had. Okay, Dave, I think you're dead right on this one. Bank freezes, where everybody else would have pushed back. So as soon as insurance is no longer a certainty for you, and as soon as insurance can be something that goes away, you lose your faith in insurance as a whole, because that's what it's there for. That's why you buy into it. That's why you pay premiums for it. It's because it can't be gone. It can't just vanish on you. You'll lose the trust of the system. So, yeah, you're right, Dave. Had they started messing around and canceling insurance like that against processes, due process, you're allowed to have warrant. One of the things that even this MTO guy didn't mention is one of the things that is in our due process system is the ability to fix the situation. Okay, so there's a lot of laws that are just absolute, where you just get them. There's not much you can do about it. But there are other ones where you can explain what happened. Correct the situation. Move the truck. Things like that. They like to skip that step. Anyways, you're 100% right, Dave. Had they messed around with insurance, it would have shaken the system. It's a financial mechanism, as you learned. It's in the Ministry of Finance. And that's something that it would have been like the bank run. The insurance companies would have been freaking out and saying, stop it. There's no way we want our customers thinking we can cancel based on your order, just like the banks would have done. That actually might have been a conversation with the insurance companies. And they said, no, no, we don't do that. We can't do that. Would have rocked the entire industry. Banks maybe not as strong, gave in a bit more, but it would have been the same thing, Dave. That would have been horrible. It would have been a big mistake. Can I jump to the live? See what we got going here quick. All the bad boys are in Alberta. Bad boys. We're bad boys now, peace. We're strong. We're hardy. and a lot of us across Canada. Okay, by the way, it's not just Albertan. The strong, hardy freedom lover is all over Canada. We're in every single neighborhood, every single community. We're all over the place. But there definitely seems to be a loud version of us here in Alberta. Okay, we're a little bit louder. Saskatchewan's getting loud. Manitoba, you're whispering. I'd like to hear you a lot more. BC, you're kind of just waiting with your coffees and chilling for a bit. Some of you are not, but some of you are. Ontario, it looks like your eyebrows raised. I mean, we can control our own stuff. I like that. Your eyebrows raised. So let's go for it. But yeah, bad boys in Alberta, double-edged sword. We're hard to corral, just like cats. You can't hurt us like the cats. I worked in multiple Western provinces. Any tickets or photo radar goes to the license holder province. You're treated the same. Sure. Yeah, sure. But what they were trying to get at, I think, is a national penalty. Didn't like where they were going with that. Right now, the way it works is there's agreements between transportation bodies, and that includes in states. So there's even some states where they have agreements in place where they can check the driver's license database. They can do things like that. They can pull up driver abstracts. They can do that. Some states, you can't. They opted out. They're not doing that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with communities working together. I don't want national, international, global systems to replace cooperation. They will haul you to jail if proper paperwork isn't present. For what? For jail for what? Don't know what you're talking about there, Dale. Are you saying your truck? If there's something... No, they don't haul you to jail. You have to do a crime. And even being hauled to jail, it depends on what kind of crime. I don't know what you're talking about there, Dale. Maybe you can give us an example. Issued owner, never know who's driving. It varies both. Okay, you're both right and wrong. It depends on what it is and where you are. Okay, for example, photo radar, they issue the owner. If you're actually pulled over and they know who the driver is, they issue the driver. And each province may be slightly different on that. They might always issue the owner, regardless on who the driver is, or depending on the charge. It varies. It varies. But if we're sticking with just trucks, I think it's more the owners. Like if the commercial trucks, because you have vicarious liability. What vicarious liability is if the driver does anything wrong, the company's responsible, and that's also where the company gets control of letting them be an agent. So this is why the owner of the truck would be targeted more than a driver in commercial situations. But when you're dealing with like just your personal car, it's definitely going to be, well, there's a mix of both. Sometimes it's just on the car and sometimes it's on the driver. And it also depends on what province, because insurance is different across Canada. Some is private, some is public. It's a complicated mess, but it works. Okay. We don't need to replace it with a national anything. Yep. We got emotions there. She's nasty. I think this was the last lady. We had a couple of good lawyers, so. Why didn't the government use the bridges? And we're going to get to that. Hey, let's go get to that. Okay, let's go get to that. So James, I think they wanted indemnity because they knew about the police sabotage. And that's a stretch, James. They're not worried about the police doing stuff. They're actually more worried about complaints after the fact, I would think. Truck drivers complaining that you damaged my stuff and it doesn't start anymore because of you, stuff like that. I don't think they were worried about on the site anything because there's plenty of security and there's also no attacks going on. So they weren't worried about that. They might have just been worried about being sued after the fact because they did participate. And it just crossed my mind. It just crossed my mind. If it turns out to be a charter violation and the EA itself is a violation, just like the banks are about to find out that their immunity may or may not be any good, tow truck drivers might have been worried about, well, this isn't legal and we're infringing charter rights, and the charter rights might be an issue for us later. Maybe. Maybe they are definitely that smart to say, we have one ultimate law which says your rights are your rights and nothing can take those away, except for the notwithstanding clause in the test. We can get to that another time. And they wouldn't have agreed with it, maybe. Or maybe their lawyers said you can't. That would be charter violations. In either case, they wanted extra protection from being sued later. That's what indemnity is. You're going to be taken and sued later, and your partner is going to be the one that pays for it and fights for you. And in this case, it would be the province. By the way, when that came out, the province had it in their Provincial Emergencies Act that indemnification was there. Okay, so they had a way to do it. They didn't need the federal one. Azario, this is gold under the provincial. There it is, right. So we were at this part of the testimony. Provincial EMA. It's like she got a longer name than that. The EMCPA. That's the full provincial one for Ontario. EMCPA. Invocation, they had the ability to compel tow truck operators. They didn't. No need for the Fed. Okay, so yes and no. So Azario, yes, they had the ability to indemnify them. But when the conversation was there, and we heard this from, I want to say it was an OPP witness who was part of the process of drafting the use of the EMCPA. Tow truck compelling was something he asked for. Tow truck compelling didn't make it into the final version. Now, it doesn't mean they couldn't compel through other ways. It just meant that the EMA couldn't have specifically been used for it, but it did provide the indemnification. So we heard a whole whack of times that indemnification was an important use of the EA in addition to compelling. So that one's gone. Indemnification's gone because province could have done it. But they also had the opportunity to put that compelling into the provincial one, and they didn't. It got cut. And the commissioner asked at one point about that, not today, a couple weeks ago about that. So I think he took a note on that. Dave, let me just turn down this heat here. I'm actually warm because I put on my hoodie because I was outside doing the septic now. Never ends around here. Not to target people. They tried to force them to target drivers, and the MTO said no. Oh yeah, we got through this. And they're the ones who stood up to the feds because if something went wrong, they could be sued. Yeah, well, you're doing the simple finger pointing and problems. Like being sued isn't really something that ministries and stuff really consider when they're doing their stuff. It would be their job that they'd be worried about. And it doesn't look like they stood up to the feds. It looks like they stood up to maybe the feds. I don't even know if anybody asked them. It was just the questions out of the lawyer implying that this was something you could have done. I'm not sure who they stood up to there, but I'm glad that they didn't misuse or abuse their power there. They were targeting people, peace, and it still are. And we even heard like 350 charges were after the fact. That was made possible by MTO cameras and license plate pictures and et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, they did get some people that way. Hey, James, this guy has misspoken a few times now. I don't know if he actually knows some of the words he has attempted to use. Yeah, but he's not a top dog in the organization. Maybe yet. Maybe one day he will be. So he's misusing for sure. He was also letting some stuff out that he probably shouldn't have. I don't know why they sent him. He might have been like number 5 or number 6. Maybe he knew a lot about what was going on, but I think it was the wrong witness. The good old bridge. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. There's the act, and let's go look at it. It's hilarious. Thank you very much, Brendan, for bringing that back up to us. Where we want the International Bridge. There you are. So the first thing to notice, it's federal. Okay. So this is a federal act. This is not provincial. Okay. Federal act. International bridges and tunnels. Well, that sounds like what the Ambassador Bridge is. It's an international bridge, right? It covers tunnels too. And if we just go through it quickly, there's not much to really go through, but let me go to the table of contents. Security and safety. It's a neat little section. Funny it didn't bring us there this time, but I'll take us there. Security and safety, maintenance and repair. There we go. Security and safety. And this is what Brendan read out. Okay. If the minister, and this would be transportation, is of the opinion that there is an immediate threat to the security or safety of any international bridge or tunnel, not sure why they don't have road, just bridge and tunnel, but not actual land. Wait a minute. Isn't it called a land bridge? Anyways, maybe that's still covered. International bridge or tunnel, the minister may make directions, which means he doesn't need a process. He doesn't have to go through a bunch of anything. Doesn't have to go through the court or anything. He can make a direction. It's just a piece of paper that he signs, including directions respecting the evacuation of the bridge or tunnel and the diversion of traffic or persons. That's incredibly important. So clear the tunnel or bridge and divert traffic or persons. That doesn't just mean going to the bridge. That also means on the bridge. You will direct and divert them. So get off traffic and persons. Requiring a person to do so or to refrain from doing so. Anything that in the opinion of the minister, again, opinion, he doesn't even have to get judicial review, it is appropriate to do or refrain from doing in order to respond to the threat. We're hearing international national security threat. Here's an existing law from 2007 specifically targeting the Ambassador Bridge. Okay. Very next section says they can authorize officers to make emergency direction. This is command. This is how you do command. So thank you, Brendan. Yeah, I did a tweet on it. Oops, International Bridges and Tunnels Act protects them. And all you need to do is direct. You don't even need to get any of the approvals. You don't have to get cooperation. You can just direct the action. That's an existing law. I believe so. We just looked at it. Kind of neat, huh? And this is what we'll get in this inquiry. We'll get a lot of those. There'll probably be more that they'll come up, that obscure laws people didn't really realize were existing. Maybe he's pulling. Yeah. They're all about optics, aren't they? I agree with you, John. I know that you're gone, but I agree with you still. Brendan Miller is more of a craftsman in his line of questioning, to the point and on topic. When you have the truth and you only need to expose the truth, and that's your only purpose, you can do it quickly. When you want to obfuscate and want to confuse and you want to beat around the bush and you want to sound more official, or you want to just straight up lie with a bunch of words, yeah, it doesn't sound like what Brendan's doing. We've heard a lot of that. Hey, Dave, I don't know, because he took the money. He wasn't sacked. And okay, we're talking about slowly here. Okay, so you're asking about he's worried about being sued. No, there's no suing for him. He's got lots of immunity and other things protecting him as an officer for civil stuff. So no, there will be nobody suing him, not directly related to the job that we've seen. There could be other stuff behind the scenes that maybe, but not from what we've seen here, Dave. I think it's more likely he's planning to sue. Now, I do know that John mentions a little bit up. Kind of agrees with you that maybe you're right. But just because he resigned, just because he took a severance, just because, still doesn't mean he can't sue. Okay? The whole point of suing is when you find out later about something, then you can take action. So if it was constructive dismissal, and some of that may not have been known to him at the time, and some of that's coming out in this inquiry, if it did turn out to be constructive dismissal, it doesn't matter what he signed. It really doesn't, because all of those signatures are done in good faith. And if the employer wasn't acting in good faith, meaning they did constructively dismiss him and then just use that as a process to get rid of him, well, you don't have to hold them to those contracts. So they can be vitiated and they can be sued for a heck of a lot more. I'm not saying he's doing that. I don't have any information that says he's doing that. And we're already past the point of his testimony. So what else is his lawyer doing? I think that's what he's doing. I think he's going to be looking for as many examples of ways to find how his dismissal was constructive, because that's wrongful dismissal. You can sue for that. It's valid tort. So I think that's why he's there. All the other ones also, not all the others, some of the other witnesses had lawyers too, but they were only there for when they were there. It's slowly is the only one that has a lawyer that's kicking around for everything. So, and I guess Paul Champ, you can say him too. But he's not a witness. Paul Champ is not representing a witness. Oh, wait, never mind. Lexi Lee and the other one. So I guess so. Yeah, okay. So just like Paul Champ, Tom Curry's there for everybody. We can debate it, Dave. I don't really know the answer. It's my suspicion. I think he's suing them, planning to. John agrees with you because he ran away and he was offered a resignation and PSA, Public Services Administrative. What is that PSA? It's Tribunal, Police Services Administrative Body, something along those lines. And he had his history of behavior. Yeah, but John, he can still sue if he finds new evidence and new information. He will just have 2 years from the time he finds out that new information to file a lawsuit. You can do that. It's all dependent on when you get that new piece of information. And maybe through here, that's what they're looking for. Oh, yeah, I like Saskatchewan's questions. Weren't they awesome? And this wouldn't be possible with a national system. I just want to remind you, one of the checks and balances we have is the fact that each province handles certain things a certain way, and then each province can call out and say, hey, like they did here, hey, we are fully aware that we have ways to clear roads and protesters because we all work on this stuff together. Right? Remember these meetings? Right? Only Saskatchewan can do that, or provinces can do that when they have their own systems and they're have autonomy. This is kind of why you want to keep it, because you have other people that can push back, or other provinces, and in the U.S. states. You know, they have some big issues down there, and it's a good thing that some states don't agree. It keeps everybody, I want to say, more honest, because you have opposition. So look, if we had central everything, this particular line of questioning would not have been able to come out. Okay, because they can call them out. They're like, look, we participate in this system together. You and I both know there's ways to clear protesters, right? And you had to admit, yeah. There's yet another way to clear protesters with existing laws. And yeah, John, you caught that too, because provincial autonomy does not go far enough. And it's a good check and balance in the system. Okay, they can call fouls because they can see it. They're like, wait a minute, we know that that's not true, because we too have that. And we saw Alberta do that too earlier. I forget which witness it was, but Alberta got on there and said, hey, look, you and I both know that we tackle this way. And it was like, yeah, I guess so. You wouldn't have that if it was a federal system and complete government overreach. And this is a good thing. And these are the good things you should be wanting. And it's also why we should have an Alberta police force. Autonomy is very important. Now, this was in response to the drink. Which one was it this time for drink? It just came up so many times. Tow trucks, I think. Tow trucks. And then you said that could be the Civil War call. We're not there yet, Azario. We're not there yet. We got a little bit more spunk and fight in us before we get there. Yeah, John, I love those headphones from Alan. Is his name? Is it Alan? Let me just get his name here. I'm really starting to like him. Yeah, Alan. When I first saw him, I couldn't get past him. Okay, because those are gamers headset, and he was sitting so low on the screen, and he has the and he could barely make out his hair. He sincerely looked like a gamer just caught in the middle of Call of Duty, and he has to ask a bunch of questions. And then when he showed up yesterday, he was there in person yesterday. He looks like a grown, strong man. Like, I was like, wow, I barely could recognize Alan. But when he's sitting in his chair with those headsets and his blurred out background, he looks way younger. And it's hard to take him seriously. But the good news, John, he is great. He's a great lawyer. I do like his questions. I like his demeanor. I like the way he talks to the witnesses. He's a great lawyer. It just visually, that throws me off a little bit. So that showed on February 16th that 3 tow truck companies were not compelled at all. They dropped out by choice. Very good. This was Alan. So what he did was, there was an email, and it was showing how they had the choice to not participate. And this is after the EA. So right in that email, it just deflated the entire tow truck narrative. And we already knew this. We heard from the OPP that The number of participants went down after the EEA was invoked, not up. There's the email that showed it. Good job, Alan, because that's a very big part of their narrative about the EEA. You just blew it out of the water there, bud. Headphones are not. That's a gold star. Uh-oh. One new recommendation, Central Transportation Authority. This was Commissioner's questions. Why can't Ontario restrict Alberta trucks? Alberta. But that's what he meant. He knows 50% were Alberta. Commissioner, you're not here to make new laws. And it's not relevant to the EA on whether or not driver's licenses and commercial licenses and other things could have been impacted. Because, Commissioner, they weren't breaking laws. This is why your due process would have netted nothing, because they weren't breaking the law. You just wanted to penalize them. It's weird. It's weird. I didn't like that out of the Commissioner at all. This will be one of you see it, Dave. Yeah. Something around compelling other provinces to do things based on one province's assessment of a situation. This truck broke our law, in our opinion, on our land. Therefore, you need to, without trial, take action. I assure you, Alberta would fight that, because we don't think that way. You break a law here, and then we'll penalize you here. Sure. But Ontario, you're getting pretty tyrannical with that kind of thinking there. But that wasn't Ontario, right? That was the bit of the Commissioner and the government lawyer. Because each province keeps its money. It's more than that, Dave. It's not about money. It's more than that. It's not a significant amount of money. That's not the reason. We want our autonomy. We want to be able to govern and regulate ourselves. Our roads may be similar but different. We treat, maybe we want to treat farm equipment differently than other provinces that don't have as many farm equipment. Maybe we want to be able to move buildings along the roads where other communities don't do that. No, it's regional. And this is the beauty of Section 92. It is listed there. It is one of the things that we should be keeping provincial. And anything that tries to take that away from us, I'm going to push hard against it. All right, we're back. Where's Stunt? I saw Stunt a little bit this morning, but he's working hard today. Stunt, you're missed. So if you do hear this, you're missed. We missed you, bud. All right. It looks like we're almost out of here, folks. Ministry of Transport, Omar, had all the power to divert, but didn't because of the authority of the dictatorship. Wouldn't do that. All political points. And it's like, 100 Daly's noses. And Marco, we also heard that Marco could have actually declared it, just like Omar could have declared that bridge to be cleared. Marco, public safety, could have declared the protest itself as unlawful. It was a process for that. And as soon as it was declared as unlawful by him, signed a piece of paper, there was more tools available to them. Would have cleared it out. Why didn't he? There's a couple things, Dale, about Marco. That first, he called the mayor in Windsor when that's not proper procedure, and he didn't sign a declaration for unlawful assembly. Again, a stroke of a pen. Now we know two ministers could stroke their pen and clear up things, and they didn't. And they're part of the cabinet, right? Federal. These are his buddies. So look into that all you want. That's right, Charlie. 6 types of banks close in Ottawa after the freeze stop, Jason. 6 types of banks close in Ottawa after the freeze stop. I don't know what that means. Maybe 6 banks closed? Or I'm not sure what that means, Mr. Green. Mr. Green, I don't know what that means. 6 type of banks closed in Ottawa after the freeze stop. Are you saying that some banks collapsed? Was there a run on the smaller ones? I don't know what that means. That again later. Take care, Charlie. I don't know if you're leaving there. Good night, Charlie. Okay. Well, Railroad thought you were. Catch you on here and there. Yeah, take care. Thanks, Railroad. TD, Scotia, CFC, MTD, Montreal. Oh, who the heck is MTD? Bank Montreal. Even Chinese business closed after. What do you mean by that close? Did they close their doors because they didn't want to run? Maybe that's what you mean. Like they closed their doors to not let people do a run. If you did, well, I don't blame them because that collapses a bank pretty quick. Hey, folks, like, sub. Oh, yeah, please do. That all helps. I'm not one for soliciting that out of you because I'm just glad that you're even here. But please, if you can, go ahead. That does help. Thank you, Railroad, for reminding everyone. And here are the links to my social. Yeah, and I'll put Discord on there soon, too. So if you want to find me on Getter and Gab and the other ones, go ahead. I'm there, too. I do my best for responding there as well. Thumbs up for truth. Yeah, let's do it for truth. Let's do it for the run I had to do across the yard. Okay, folks? Boy, did I sprint. And I haven't sprinted since track in high school. But for you, when it goes dark or somebody falls or collapses, I'll run for you, all right? So give me a thumbs up for the run today. If anything else, for the effort of making sure that you had something to listen to. That is my job here, right? You don't want dead air. You're not here for dead air. Is that a privately owned bridge? It is, Prairie, but it is covered under the international tunnels. It is covered, private or public. It doesn't matter. They're covered because it's an international bridge. That's why it's classified that way. Doesn't matter who owns it. But before Prairie, we were talking about whether or not it was deemed essential infrastructure, nationally secured, or anything like that. If it is essential, it can't be private. So that bridge has been determined to be highly useful and important, maybe one step below essential, but not essential, because then it has to be public. Yes, Clay. How do you sue a cop? You fill out the form. Okay. Don't get intimidated. You can still sue for a whole bunch of things. But what do you mean? Like, are you suing them for damages, civil, something they did to you? Are you suing them for inaction? It really depends what you think they did wrong, is what the next step will be. Some guy, I don't know, breaks into your backyard, causes a bunch of damage to your gazebo, happens to be a cop. No difference. You can sue them. Actually, that would be criminal too, cause damage on purpose. But the question here, Prairie, is for what? But the answer is, yeah, you can sue them. But there are some things under their job. So if they're performing a job under orders, goodwill, best intentions, all that kind of stuff, they're pretty immune to a lot of things. Okay. And I know in the States, that's something that they're challenging and fighting on whether or not the police can keep that kind of level of immunity. It's going to be really tough to get officers working hard for you if they're fearful of everything they do. So it's one of those double-edged swords, Prairie. Damned if we do, damned if we don't. I kind of prefer to have cops willing to take risks for us than to be thinking and second guessing and not helping me when I need it. I'd rather them ask for forgiveness than for permission. Sometimes there's no time. But it's a double-edged sword, Prairie. It's so tough to make one answer for this one. I can just imagine if we come down so hard on cops that they don't even feel comfortable working anymore, what are we going to be left with? We're going to be left with the cops that will break all the rules and take orders because they don't care. That's what we'll be left with. And that's certainly not the police force we want. Trust me. We want good guys still in there. Oh, sorry, Azario. Thank you. Another good day. Enjoy the chat. Me too, Azario. I'm going to go back and listen to it. I really like talking to you. You're a lot of fun. And I like the way you make me think. It helps me get good perspectives. They got a run on them. They shut down. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that's what, yeah. Okay, we're on the same page now, Mr. Green. So yeah, and that makes sense because if they are completely run, they do collapse. It'd be a big surprise if like one of the big ones could collapse, but they certainly were scared of that. Great day, Jay. Thanks. Hey, Eleanor. Yeah, it was a weird one. We had to react to a situation, and that witness will be coming back, and they will be finishing with that witness. There's no way that they're now off the list. So we may have a really, really long day tomorrow as they're playing catch up. But the good news, Eleanor, sounds like he's okay. He's back on his feet. That's the most important thing. And if you liked my run and I got here fast enough for you, Eleanor, give me a thumbs up. And if I didn't run fast enough, God help us, because that was as fast as I can go. Peace on earth, James, centralized theme of the inquiry. Yep, Yep. Goose has been around long enough to know that, yeah, this is going to be the recommendations. There are going to be several of them around consolidating intelligence, consolidating police resources, consolidating traffic, consolidating all types of services. And the scariest ones for me so far, Goose and Peace and James, is around commandeering local police stations. There's already mechanisms where local police stations can call out for help, but they want to force help on them. So that's without their consent. It would be commandeering police stations. That one worries me the most, that we would even have any laws going in that direction, because the day that it's ever tried to be used, I assure you that that police station is not interested in your paperwork at that point. So I don't think it would be a good day. Good night, all. Some drama today. Great stream as always. Thank you. No problem, Goose. You take care. Hope you can work out your account, but it doesn't matter. We love you no matter what your name is. Maybe you want to get an image, though. Get yourself a some sort of image that you can use on all your accounts so we can recognize you quickly. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks, Jason. You take care, Clay. And Prairie, you all take care. Well, we're at the end of the list. Prairie snuck another one in there. Was just about it when you said immune. Was just asking about it when you said immune. Okay, Prairie, let me go back up to your thing. How do you sue a cop? Right. So it depends what they did. Like if it's inside of the job, they're under orders and they're doing goodwill and they're not going, extreme on anything, they've got lots of protection. But if they did something against you personally and infringed on your rights and outside of duty, then yeah, they're just a normal person. You can sue them. So it really depends on what they did. Great question, though. Night, Goose and Clay. Catch you here or there. ESYARB. Everyone say yes and really come back. I don't know what it means there. Railroaded. Okay, but thank you all. 19 of you stuck around to the end of my list. Stars are done. Chat is done. We're done for the day. I'm going to now go check and see if what I did on the septic worked. You said duty. Clay. I'm glad we all have a sense of humor after today. Thank you again, Terry, for sharing your story with us this morning. Thank you for trusting us in that fashion. We love you. God bless your family. You'll be on our prayers. And Terry, you take care. And to everybody else that stuck around, thank you all very much. And tomorrow's Thursday, and it may be the end of the week, we think. But I'll let you know about Friday night. It might be a 4-hour window for Friday night. We'll do something fun if that's the case. So you all take care. Have yourself a good night. Drive safe. Honk honk. And God bless. And if you liked this video, remember to like and subscribe and press that notification button to receive more information like this. You can also follow me at yellowhead.vote to stay informed and get the inside scoop. Thank you.